coming from the Ododo constituency. They are led by the facilitator in the person of Daniel Boy. On behalf of members of Parliament, I also warmly welcome you. And as I just stated, your presence is an inspiration to all of us. It's good you are around to learn so that in future you do better than what we are doing. So please, you are welcome and you may resume your seats. We also have students from Gumwa Jama Senior High School. There are 78 in number coming from the constituency. They put here Gumwa. I don't know which of them. They are led by the head of department, one Mr. Isaac Reku. Please, you are also warmly welcome. I think you can see that they are quite seniors and they are in a better position to appreciate what we're going to do. Please keep on coming. We love to see many of you here on a daily basis. You may resume your seats. We have students from Independence Avenue 2 Basic School, also 69 in number, coming from the same constituency as Basic 1, Ododo. They are led by their teacher, Mrs. Jones Ni Daku Adawu. Please, you are also warmly welcome to your house. And I repeat the same as I've already stated to the others. Kindly resume your seats. We have the last but not the least, the students from Covenant Presby School, 33 in number, and that school is located in the Ayawasu West constituency. They are led by a teacher by name Mr. Emmanuel Bisa. Please, you are well welcome. Bisa, are you to my left? Is that Mr. Bisa? Oh, he's also leading from behind. Thank you so much. Please keep on coming and you learn better than we are doing now. You may resume your seats. Honorable members, usually when the numbers are not so encouraging, I find it difficult to take the roll call, but this is part of the standing orders. Then I also find it difficult these days to let us recite the national pledge. Are you with me? Very difficult to keep on calling you to recite the national pledge when what is coming out from your heart is different from what is coming out from your mouth. So you are not encouraging us to continue to go by our rules. You are not at all. You are not encouraging us. And we have all this number of our children here. And so if I ask you to recite the national pledge, after they've left here, they'll be asking their teachers, what are they about? Because the words that you are going to recite is not what you are practicing. So leaders, pass on this. At least whatever members are to do, appear here, start the work, and then you can move on to attend to the other pressures. But when we came in, the number was only 20, 7 to my left, 13 to my right. 20. I have some two formal communications, and this is in compliance to our standing orders. One is on the bill before us titled Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025. The other is on the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill. Honorable members, Order 187, Sub-Rule 2 of the Standing Orders requires that on the introduction of a private member's bill, the Speaker shall communicate to the House an opinion on whether the bill complies with Article 108 of the Constitution. Honorable members, the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025 was initially introduced as the Promotion of Proper Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021 in August 2021. The bill went through all the enactment processes and was passed by the 8th Parliament on the 28th of February 2024. It was, however, not assented to by the President and therefore lapsed upon the dissolution of the 8th Parliament. On the inauguration of the 9th Parliament, I, by correspondence dated 28th January 2025, I take it again. On the inauguration of the 9th Parliament, I, by correspondence dated 28th January 2025, referred the bill to the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice for review and comments. The Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice submitted comments on the bill by a letter dated 7th April 2025. The comments were referred to the sponsors of the bill for consideration. Honorable members, when I'm giving you information and you keep on talking, then you go out and mislead the people. Please. As I stated earlier on, the comments were referred to the sponsors of the bill for consideration. Meanwhile, by correspondence dated 25th February 2025, the following members indicated their desire to reintroduce the bill. 1. Honorable Samuel Nate George. 2. Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejira. 3. Honorable Reverend John Intim Fojo. 4. Honorable Helen Intoso. 5. Honorable Vincent Eko Asafua. 6. Honorable Alasan Tampuli Sulemana. 7. Honorable Ritana Odole Sua. 8. Honorable Mahama Tia Abdul Kabiru. And 9. Honorable Anthony Emia. As required by Standing Order 182, a legal opinion dated 7th March 2025 was submitted to me on the proposed bill. I directed the draft person to process the request in accordance with the rules for introduction in the House. Additionally, in compliance with the requirements of Section 100, Rule 1, Subsection 1 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, the Fiscal Impact Analysis Report on the proposed bill was duly submitted to me. Subsequently, I directed that the drafting be redone and the bill transmitted in pursuant of Order 186. Then I directed the Committee on Private Members' Bill and Private Members' Motion to consider again and advise me on whether the bill complies with the relevant constitutional provisions. The committee observed, and I want to read the observation of the committee. The committee observed that, 1, the reintroduced bill maintains its underlying principles and core objectives. 2, the bill does not contravene any constitutional provision, particularly Articles 106 and 108 of the 1992 Constitution. 3, the bill does not contain any provision that seeks to impose taxation or charge on the Consolidated Fund or other public funds of Ghana, or impose payment, issue, or withdrawal from the Consolidated Fund. The committee, by a unanimous decision, advised that the bill be introduced in the House. Honorable members, I have reviewed the report of the committee and formed the opinion that the bill does not impose or alter taxation or a charge on the Consolidated Fund in the manner stipulated in Article 108 of the Constitution. The bill has gone through all the processes in accordance with the standing orders of the House. I therefore direct that the bill be scheduled by the Business Committee to be presented to the House for consideration. I was calling your attention because this has been one of the topics in the public arena, and I've heard some of you contribute to the debate without much information and misled a lot of people. This is the state of the bill, and we go through our standing orders. We have to comply with our standing orders, and that's why, by the standing orders, I have been enjoined to read this opinion to you. Please convey the same message to your constituents. The second one is on, as I stated, Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025. Honorable members, Order 187 Rule 2 of the Standing Orders requires that on the introduction of a private member's bill, the Speaker shall communicate to the House an opinion on whether the bill complies with Article 108 of the Constitution. Honorable members, the Honorable Member for Achim Suedru Honorable Kennedy Osei Nyako in the 8th Parliament requested for assistance to draft and introduce a private member's bill titled Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021. The bill was taken through the relevant pre-parliamentary procedure and laid before the House on 2nd June 2022 as the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021, and was subsequently referred to the Council of State pursuant to Article 291, Clause 2 of the Constitution. The Council of State, by a letter dated 8th July 2022, advised me to proceed with the constitutional processes to effect the proposed amendments. Subsequently, the bill was successfully taken through the second reading stage. However, it could not proceed to the consideration stage prior to the dissolution of the 8th Parliament. Consequently, the bill lapsed, and hence the resubmission of the bill in this 9th Parliament as the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025. By a memo to the Clerk to Parliament dated 12 May 2025, the sponsor of the bill formally requested the addition of 3 sponsors, namely 1. Honorable Kwame Govins Abuja, Member of Parliament for Adakuru. 2. Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa, Member of Parliament for Elembele. And 3. Honorable David Opoku, Member of Parliament for Mpraiso. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 182, a legal opinion on the proposed bill was submitted to me, which indicated that the proposal to draft the bill was within the legislative competence of the House. Additionally, in compliance with the requirements of Section 101 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921, the Fiscal Impact Analysis Report on the proposed bill was duly submitted to me. The report indicated that the bill will not fiscally burden the state in the short term and will result in potential benefits in the long term. Upon consideration of the legal opinion and the Fiscal Impact Analysis Report, I directed the request be processed in accordance with the applicable rules governing the introduction of bills in the House. Subsequent to the drafting of the bill, and in pursuance of Order 186, I directed the Committee on Private Members' Bill and Private Members' Motion to consider and advise me on whether the bill complies with the relevant constitutional provisions. The committee observed that the bill complies with the relevant constitutional requirements and unanimously advised that the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 be introduced before the House. Honorable members, I have carefully considered the report of the committee and have formed the view that the bill does not impose or alter any taxation, nor does it create a charge on the consolidated fund within the meaning of Article 108 of the Constitution. The bill has duly undergone all the requisite stages in accordance with the standing orders of the House. Accordingly, I direct that the Business Committee schedules the bill for the presentation to the House. Please, I so direct. So Business Committee in your next meeting, please schedule these 2 bills, and copies will be given to all members. And I want to call on all members to take time to read the provisions. These are 2 critical bills for the consideration of this House. We'll take our time to go through them. They will not be rushed through the House. And at the end of the day, please, we'll be addressing the interests of the people we represent. I thank you all for your attention. May we now take item 5, collection of votes and proceedings and official report. We'll start with the collection of votes and proceedings of Friday, 6th February 2026. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, may I respectfully draw your kind attention to page 10, item 12, paragraph 2, line 2. Speaker, you will notice that there is a quotation mark that has been opened, but it's incomplete. The phrase is incomplete. Or any other person, I guess the next word should be designated. Speaker, I take motivation from the fact that if you go to paragraph 3 of the same page, line 2, it is properly captured. So I guess the word designated has been omitted inadvertently. Thank you.
Table office kindly cross-check and make the necessary corrections. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Yes, honorable member.
Speaker, with respect, page 18, item 3, Roman numeral 2, Mr. Eric Affo. Indeed, he's an MP, but he's not the Minister for Food and Agriculture. He is the chairman for the Committee on Economy. But then if the reverse, if it's the Minister of Food and Agriculture that is being referred, then I guess the proper name should be Eric Opoku. Thank you.
Table office, cross-check with the clerk to the committee to confirm who was present and then capture that person who was present, whether it was Mr. Eric Afful or Mr. Eric Opoku. I think that will come from the clerk to the committee. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, in all sincerity, I was not present. I was not here.
And so your title has been given to Eric Afful. So you are hereby table office, so kindly take and Minister for Food and Agriculture out of it. Please delete that. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the fourth sitting dated Friday, 6th February 2026 is adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, the honorable member who is very meticulous and always drawing our attention to errors on the votes and proceedings, by that singular act alone, qualifies through my discretion to always participate in a number of international conferences. So, those of you who say that you are new MPs and you don't get the opportunity to contribute, assess yourselves. Okay. We have decided to upload one of our IT facilities here. And so we'll be starting soon a pilot on e-voting. Now, all of you have to get your bio into the system from where you sit. There are still a few challenges with some seating arrangements. I want to call on the leadership to resolve it. If you can't find a solution, bring it up to me. I will assist you to do so. Well, we need it urgently. That has delayed us unloading the facility. We need to do e-voting. You don't need to stand up and be counted again. And we want to start the pilot. And it will be started and connected to my desk. And so I can identify. After we have stabilized it, we'll link it to all the facilities here so that you yourself can sit where you are and then follow the voting pattern. At the end of the day, we will not be depending on the integrity and capabilities of our staff in trying to identify and to count the votes. This will start this meeting. Please, leaders, that's the last plea. Make sure we resolve this, just a small difference between those seated at this end, where you have the merger. We have to settle that one. Thank you so much for your attention. We now move to the next item. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first issue is that we are very grateful that you are taking cognizance of people who are participating in ensuring that votes of proceedings are correctly managed. But I would like to draw your attention to one of our popular contributors here, and that is Dr. Nyako. He has also been participating. I don't think you have acknowledged him for that. And so I'm drawing your attention to Dr. Nyako's participation in correction of votes and proceedings. Thank you. On the other hand, Professor Kingsley Nyako. Thank you.
You are always here. And you know, I acknowledge Professor Nyako many times. Last year, I did. I acknowledged him many times. And even this year, early in the year, I know where he sits. And then he used to sit at that pillar. And I've acknowledged him many times, and I've exercised my discretion in his favor many times. He hasn't shared that with you. Please.
Other issue, Mr. Speaker.
Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other issue is also about the sitting arrangement. I think we are very grateful that now you want to be part of because we have two of our members who are not having seats at the moment, and it's very important that we resolve that issue. So we will be seeking your participation in ensuring that everybody is well seated in this parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please kindly bring it up. We'll resolve it. Within 5 minutes, we should have the solution to that. Any more? Honorable members, we proceed. Item 7, statements. Sorry, before statements, my attention has been drawn to the fact that we haven't taken the official report. I have a copy of the official report of Friday, 19th December 2025. Any corrections? Official report, Friday, 19th December 2025. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday, 19th December 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I wish to pray you that we divide the order of business from taking the business under 7 to taking the one under 8. Speaker, so it's been quite difficult to get the Honorable Minister for Agric, so that today that he's here, we can take him quickly. And then, yes. So Speaker, I pray that we take item number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Food and Agri, you heard him loud and clear. I don't need to repeat it. Yes. Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the application mounted by the Chief Whip is interesting, especially when he prefixed his application with the fact that he's been struggling to get the Agri Minister. The ministers must come and wait. This is the Parliament of Ghana. Oh yes. Abba. So it is not the case that he's here, so we should vary our order of business. No. We will vary our order of business because we want to do so, not because the minister is here. And that's what I expect you to say. Yes. Say that. Say that. Say it. Say it. Say it. Say it. He has been busy, moving around the country, and I commend him for obvious reasons. Yes.
Speaker, indeed, my intention is to say that the Minister of Agri has been very busy touring the country, ensuring that we have bumper harvest. That's my intention. And so, Mr. Speaker, today that he is here, we want to pray that we take his business quickly. In fact, the prayer is to you. It's not to the minority chief whip. And you didn't invite him into this matter. No, Mr. Speaker didn't invite you into this matter. So, Speaker, my humble prayer is that we humbly pray for a variation so that we can take the question standing in the name of the Minister for Food and Agri before we come back to... Sorry.
Definitely, I'll grant the application.
Speaker, we are not objecting. Out of patriotism, we understand. And so we can go by the application, Speaker. No objection. So that we'll take his
yes.
Instead of...
Majority Chief Whip, you said you've been finding it difficult.
Speaker, that is withdrawn. That is withdrawn. That is not my intention at all.
The Minority Chief Whip said you've been struggling. There are different things. It's not for you to argue about it, but I just wanted the attention of the minister to be drawn to that so that he could advise the House what struggle and what difficulty they've been having. Have they relayed that to you, Minister?
Speaker, it is withdrawn.
No, let the minister respond.
Speaker, indeed, I really want to even make a further prayer that before we take, you consider the prayer for varying the business to take the business under item number 8. We want to pray to take item number 10, so that the minister responsible for education will only lay the paper under item number 10. Just lay, Mr. Speaker.
Now, what do you want?
Mr. Speaker.
Do you want the 8 first or you want the 10 first?
10 first, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
10 first.
But
thank you very much.
I will not take his word away from him. Minister for Food and Agri, what do you have to say?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, indeed, last week, the Honorable Chief Whip indicated to me that he's been struggling to get me on phone because I've been on the field working on the distribution of the Nkukwan Ketenkete to beneficiaries. And so I told him that this week I'm supposed to be in Bruno East, but I've asked some other colleagues to go and do the distribution on my behalf, and therefore I'll be available in the House. And so he's right in making that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, the work of this House is not subject to the availability of any minister. Once the work is before us, we can carry on with or without the ministers. That is why some of them have assistant ministers, referred to as deputy ministers. Apart from that, we can move on without them. They are ready, and they have submitted the business to us. It's for us to do our parts and get it through. So please, we are not dependent on the availability or non-availability of ministers. Let's carry on with our business. In terms of seniority, the Minister of Education takes precedence. And so I agree with the Majority Chief Whip, we should take item 10 first, which is presentation of instruments. Honorable members, item 10, presentation of instruments, education regulatory bodies, National Teaching Council Regulation 2026, Minister for Education.
Education regulatory bodies, National Teaching Council Regulations 2026.
Honorable members, the regulation is accordingly presented to the House and is for distribution to all members. I refer it for consideration and report to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation. The leadership of the Committee of Education is pleased enjoined to participate in the deliberation of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. It is so referred. We go back to item 8. Questions? Yes, please. You want us to take those dealing with the Ministry of Food and Agric?
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
And so we will start from question number 433. It stands in the name of the Honorable Member of Parliament for Keita, Honorable Kwame Jijole Gape, or is it Gape? Yes, Honorable Member.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, may I mount a prayer on Order 88 tray with the prior authorization of the member concerned to seek your permission to ask the question on his behalf. Is unavoidably not around. Yes, please. I have his, I said it.
Where did you get that phrase, unavoidably not present, for a member of Parliament?
You have his vice president authority, that's all.
Speaker, I'm still learning.
Better learn.
When you read the standing orders well, you see that that applies to the Speaker, not to a member of Parliament.
Speaker, I'm guided.
If your member is unavoidably absent, you know the article in the Constitution. They will start applying for by-election. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, that would be very dangerous. Speaker, these are friendly exchanges. So, Speaker, we pray that
Yes,
you
honourable member,
permission to
you may do so.
ask the.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the...
In other words, you are going to do so for 433, 428, and 431. They all stand in his name.
Exactly so.
Permission
Mr.
is
Speaker.
granted.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what measures are being taken to control pests and diseases in crops and livestock. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Plant Protection and Regulatory Services Directorate, PPRSD, plays a crucial role in safeguarding national agriculture by protecting crops from pests, diseases, and invasive species through the underlisted interventions. 1. Pest prevention and early detection. The objective of this program is to protect crops before pests and diseases cause damage. Interventions being rolled out include the implementation of phytosanitary inspections at points of entry, the airports, seaports, land borders to prevent pest introduction. Conduct surveillance and monitoring programs for early detection of pests, example traps, field surveys, community reporting. Maintain and update pest risks database and pest status records. Promote quarantine regulations for imported plants and planting materials. Number 2, pest risk analysis, PRA, and management. And the objective is to assess and manage pest stress before they affect agriculture. Interventions include conduct pest risk assessment to determine the likelihood and potential impact of pest introductions, develop pest management strategies, and emergency response plans based on risk profiles. Collaborate with trading partners to manage transboundary pest risks. Number 3, emergency pest response and eradication. The objective of this program is to contain or eliminate pest outbreaks to minimize food losses. Interventions include establish rapid response teams for pest outbreaks, example fall armyworm, papaya mealybug, fruit flies. Develop and implement contingency and eradication plans. Provide training and equipment for emergency pest control, pesticides, application, biological control. Coordinate with FAO, Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International, CABI, or regional bodies for technical support. Number 4, farmer education and extension support. And the objective of this program is to empower farmers with knowledge and tools to manage pests sustainably. Interventions include conduct awareness campaigns on pest identification and reporting, train farmers on integrated pest management practices, develop guidelines and manuals for safe pesticides use and biological control, develop guidelines, posters, and flyers on pest management practices, promote community-based surveillance and reporting networks. Number 5, research and innovation. The objective of this intervention is to develop science-based solutions for pest management and crop protection interventions. Interventions include collaboration with universities and research institutions for the rearing and releases of biological control agents for pest management. Collaborate with universities and research institutions for the deployment and releases of resistant crop varieties. And number 6, regulatory and policy framework. The objective of this is to provide governance and enforcement for plant health measures. Interventions include development and enforcement of Plants and Fertilizer Act 2010, Act 803, and its regulations establish standards for pest control products and inspection services. Mr. Speaker, on the livestock health, the Veterinary Services Directorate is implementing a series of strategic interventions to strengthen animal disease prevention, detection, and response across the country. Key measures include the following: disease surveillance and real-time reporting, IMA Plus digital tool nationwide, with the support from FAO to facilitate real-time animal disease reporting, early warning, and rapid response at all levels. Our veterinary laboratories across the country are being renovated and equipped with modern diagnostic tools to enable timely and accurate disease diagnosis for prompt outbreak response and control. Veterinary staff technical capacity in disease diagnosis, surveillance, and outbreak response, including priority diseases such as anthrax, rabies, zoonotic, TB, aquatic animal diseases, and avian diseases, among others. Mr. Speaker, above all, the ministry is revising the Diseases and Animals Act 1961, Act 83, to address emerging disease threats and to strengthen the legal authority for disease control measures, including inspection, quarantine, movement control, and enforcement actions. Also, we are providing training for veterinary meat inspectors across the country in accordance with the Meat Inspection Regulations 2020 LI 2405 to promote compliance with food safety standards at abattoirs and slaughter facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, you've heard the minister. Honorable member, any further questions? Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm so satisfied with the answers provided. Thank you.
Is that the authority they gave you? Yes. Honorable members, we move on to the next question, and the same member who has the authority will ask that question, and that's question number 428.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we were all here when he mounted his application. And the application was specific to question 433. Now we are proceeding to question 428. And are you assuming that permission or authority? Because he should be mounting another application. And that's what he should be doing.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I think at that time your attention was distracted. I actually granted him the permission because all the three questions stand in the name of that honorable member, and he said he had the authority to ask the questions, all the three questions. So I granted him leave. So kindly permit him to move on. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what initiatives have been implemented to boost agricultural production and increase farmers' income. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is rolling out the Feed Ghana program, a strategic initiative made up of 9 sub-programs. The program aims to boost the productivity and production of 22 priority commodities through targeted interventions, including enhancing access to improved agricultural inputs, fertilizer, seeds, agrochemicals, etc., expanded irrigation, mechanization and land, improved market access, and enhanced agricultural financing. These measures are directly to increase efficiency in output and raise farm incomes across the 22 key value chains. Mr. Speaker, the 9 sub-programs and 22 priority commodities under the Feed Ghana program includes crop development, livestock development, establishment of farmer service centers, farm bank development, institutional farming, feed the industry, agro-production enclaves and irrigation for wealth creation, innovative agricultural financing, institutional development, and management research. Mr. Speaker, the 22 priority commodities are grains and legumes, rice, maize, soybeans, and sorghum. Vegetables, we are looking at tomato, pepper, and onion, and other vegetables, starchy crops, cassava, plantain, and yam, livestock, poultry, ruminants, cattle, sheep, and goats, pigs. And then tree crops, we are looking at mango, shea, cashew, coconut, oil palm, etc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, I wish to thank the minister. Honestly, I can say on authority that farmers in my constituency have given testimonies about the fact that their lives are improving out of bumper harvest. Thank you.
Honorable member, we take the third question. The third question is question number 431. Please, Honorable member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. To ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture how the government is strengthening extension services to provide farmers with information on best practices. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government is implementing a range of measures to strengthen agricultural extension and advisory to provide farmers with timely, practical, and relevant information on best practices. These agents are deployed nationwide to undertake weekly farm and home visits and attend to the needs of farmers. Apart from the public extension agents, the ministry is working with the National Service Secretariat to recruit 10,000 personnel to support extension service delivery. So far, about 2,097 national service persons and 300 Feed Ghana Brigade personnel were deployed across the country. Working logistics such as motorbikes were recently distributed to 150 AEAs and Feed Ghana coordinators to enhance mobility and field work. Additional 410 motorbikes are programmed for distribution by close of the year. There are also continuous professional development programs for AEAs to enhance extension and advisory services delivery. The areas of capacity development are agribusiness, farm management, value chain analysis, financial management, network and negotiations, group dynamics, and leadership. 2, agricultural extension and Advisory Services Bill. The ministry is formulating the Agricultural Extension and Advisory Services Bill to regulate the professional practice of extension and advisory services. To this end, the activities of both public and private extension service providers will be regulated. The bill seeks to establish standards and guidelines for service delivery, including the appropriate methods and approaches for disseminating improved technologies and information to farmers. With professionalized personnel, both public and private, and well-regulated agricultural extension and advisory services space, farmers will be better served. Over 1,981 public extension agents, 2,285 community-based advisors, and a number of private sector extension providers are expected to be beneficiaries of the bill. Number 3, support for the deployment of ICT to deliver extension services. To bridge the gap between farmers and agricultural extension agents, ICT tools such as mobile phones, radio, and other e-extension platforms have been deployed to complement the conventional AEA face-to-face interaction with farmers. 36 episodes of weekly agricultural radio broadcasts in various local languages have been aired on topical issues across the regions and districts. In addition, 6 farmer-friendly videos have been developed and translated into local languages for dissemination and adoption. They cover topics such as deworming ruminants, selecting quality seeds, safe use and handling of agrochemicals, managing new castor in poultry, vegetable nursery bed establishment, and proper housing for ruminants. Number 4, strengthen research, extension, and farmer linkages. Farmer constraints are addressed through close collaboration with research to provide information, innovation, and improved technologies. These are in the form of community field demonstrations, trials, verification fields, and provision of technical information on good agricultural practices to encourage adoption of improved technologies and innovations. 56 community field demonstration plots on maize, rice, soya, and tomatoes have been established in the Northeast, North region, Northern region, Northeast, Northern, and Upper East, Ashanti, and Bron regions. Some of the disseminated technologies are improved seed varieties, drought tolerant, soil fertility enhancement techniques, such as biochar and compost application, blended fertilizers fortified with micronutrients, integrated pest and disease management strategies using neem oil, and sustainable agricultural mechanization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Speaker, that will be all. I'm exceedingly grateful to you. Thank you.
Honorable members, we now move on to question number 465. The question stands in the name of Honorable Akwasi Jemfi Onyina Achampon, the Honorable Member for Kwabre East. Please, Honorable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on Order 88.3 with the permission and authority of the member, Mr. Akwasi Jemfi Onyina, to seek your permission to ask the question for and on his behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, permission granted. Please, you may do so.
I rise to ask the Minister for Agri what the ministry intends to do to address the volatility of the world market prices of cashew and its impact on the farm gates prices and exports. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while price volatility remains a complex issue influenced by global market forces, The Tree Crop Development Authority, acting within its legal mandates, is implementing a combination of pricing reforms, regulatory enforcement, market monitoring, and investment promotion initiatives aimed at stabilizing the cashew market, protecting farmers, and promoting sustainable value addition. The overarching goal is to ensure that Ghanaian cashew farmers receive fair, predictable, and competitive prices, while the country secures long-term growth and resilience in the cashew value chain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I only seek to ask the measures. Are we looking at some timelines, for example, the price reforms that he is mentioning and the regulations? Are we looking at some timeline for them? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the enforcement of the regulations have started already. Some 2-3 weeks ago, I was in Kumasi Police Training School to inaugurate a task force dedicated to ensure the enforcement of all the rules and regulations in that particular sector. And so we have already started. And the Honourable Member, if you have been monitoring development in the tree crop subsector, you appreciate the fact that these measures are underway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly seek if the Minister can tell us the extent to which his stakeholders within this area are being engaged with regards to the measures he's mentioning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, stakeholders in the agricultural space are fully engaged on every policy that we are implementing. In fact, on assumption of office, before we developed the Feed Ghana program document, which guides the implementation of all the programs we are running under the Feed Ghana program, we invited a technical team to put together the document. And then after that, all the stakeholders were invited to validate the contents of the document for implementation. And that is the extent of engagement that we have gone through. So stakeholders are fully engaged. And we still want to engage more if the opportunity comes. In fact, if it is realized that the Honourable Member, being a citizen of this country and a member of this House, has something to offer for agricultural development, I'm ever ready to engage you.
Any further supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the Minister appearing before the House to respond to my question. And I believe his response will be in the public domain for discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we move on to question number 528.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. You want to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you may do so.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister acknowledged that pricing of cashew was determined by the market forces. Nevertheless, he also enumerated steps that were being taken to ensure stability of pricing as far as the local market was concerned. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister how these measures would ensure the stability of prices, given that it is determined by world market forces. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable colleague who posed this question to me happens to be my classmate from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And when I was the electoral commissioner, he approached me to support him to get one of the positions, which I declined. But Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note,
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, we have colleagues from KNUST here. Honorable Stephen Amwai was there. I never stood for any position on KNUST campus. Never. Mr. Speaker, he was electoral commissioner, and we used to engage in political debates at the foyer of the social science faculty. But Mr. Speaker, personally, I never stood for any position. So, Mr. Speaker, that is not correct. So, Mr. Speaker, if that can be expunged from the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to respond to it. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of price stability in the world market, there's little we can do to influence prices in the world market. And that is why in my answer, I indicated that we are looking at value addition. So instead of exporting the raw cashew nut to the market and then not getting enough in the form of incomes, we are adding value to what is produced here in order to increase our incomes domestically. And that's the only way we can uproot poverty from our system. And so to say that how can you influence world market price from Ghana means that you don't have a better appreciation of the conditions in the world market.
Yes, honorable member, before we proceed, please, we can't leave this issue to be hanging. Did you actually approach him to sponsor you to stand in all the position?
Mr. Speaker, I never approached him. He knows that, Mr. Speaker, I never stood for any position. He's just... Mr. Speaker, even as easy, how power did he have to give a position?
Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I never said anywhere that he contested for elections. But he consulted me, he discussed with me. And because I declined to support him, he did not. And in fact, in his own statement, he stated that he used to debate. Ask him what were the issues that we debated on. My brother, it is for the past. It is for the past. Don't bring it here. Don't bring it here.
Honorable members, is word against word. We don't want to go into investigation by cross-examination, and so we'll end it here. We move on to question number 528. Question number 528 stands in the name of, my daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, whilst we were talking about value addition and cashew, I want to respectfully bring to your attention that this year's budget has provision for the construction of 2 cashew factories in the Bono and Bono East regions. And also...
Are you the Minister for Food and Agri?
Mr. Speaker, I am the Minister for Agribusiness, Minister responsible for value addition of cashew.
Have you been asked any question?
Mr. Speaker, this is very important information that I need to bring to the attention
Honorable Minister,
on the floor.
At the appropriate time, you give us that information.
Thank you very much.
Please, don't try to take advantage of question time to give us your information. Yes, we move on to question number 528. Honorable member for Hemang Lower Dentura, Honorable Lawrence Ajinsam. You may ask the question now. Yes, since the honorable member is not available, we'll move on to the next question. Question number 530 stands in the name of the honorable member for Adotobiri, Honorable Anthony Emia. Please, honorable member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what interventions the ministry is undertaking to ensure fair and equitable distribution of food nationwide in the light of increasing cost of foodstuff across the country, especially in mining communities.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for this year, the ministry through the Feed Ghana program has provided nationwide support to smallholder farmers by supplying essential farm inputs, including improved seeds of tomato, rice, and maize, as well as fertilizers to boost crop production. In addition to individual farmers, the ministry extended support, input support, to key institutions such as the National Service Authority, the Ghana Prison Service, and some farmer-based organizations to enhance their agricultural productivity. Again, the national buffer stock is being strengthened to mop up excess food produce from the systems as part of the strategy to ensure all year-round food supply. Regional directors have also been placed on alert to inform the ministry and buffer stock of any excess produce occurring in their regions for immediate mop-up action. Mr. Speaker, these interventions collectively promote fair and inclusive access to food across Ghana by 1. Enhancing productivity in underserved regions by targeting all the agroecological zones. The ministry ensures that food production is not concentrated in a few areas, reducing regional disparities in food availability. We are also supporting institutional farms. Farm inputs to the prison service, the National Service Authority, and other institutional bodies help stabilize food supply in public institutions and government programs like the school feeding program, reducing pressure on local markets. Mr. Speaker, the impact of these interventions is reflected in Ghana's recent food inflation trends. According to Ghana Statistical Service, food inflation dropped to 3.9% in December 2025, down from 28.3% in January 2025, when the NDC government took over. This decline suggests improved food supply and price stability, driven by increased domestic production and reduced reliance on imports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just one supplementary. Mr. Minister, simple question. Are there any mechanisms your ministry has put in place to monitor and prevent price manipulation and exploitation by middlemen, particularly within mining communities? And how is your ministry collaborating with local authorities to stabilize food prices in these areas?
Yes, Minister, it's a very important question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the fact that food prices in the production enclave are low. But when it comes to the urban areas, when demand is very high, food prices are high. It is the imbalance that we are trying to resolve. And so we are developing what we call the farmers market, where we can bring the farmers to interface with the buyers, the consumers directly, as a way of removing those middle people who exploit the system in their favor. And so it is something that we are working. We are creating what we call farmers market. And when that is created, the farmers will be able to bring the food stuffs to the market where the consumers will be available. And that is why in the budget, you saw that allocation has been made for the construction of 1,000 kilometers under what we call the agricultural roads. Because if we are able to fix roads linking the production centers to the consumption centers, transportation will be very easy. And once you are able to overcome that, food prices will be stable for all of us. Thank you very much.
Yes, the honorable gentleman in the middle, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm compelled to ask my last supplementary in view of the last answer that was given by the minister. So
Well,
if I may be permitted.
You learning by experience. Because when you said that was your last supplementary, I almost asked you, do you know the answer that the minister will give? Because that could trigger another supplementary. But here we are now. You are permitted because you haven't exhausted your three
I am very
questions.
grateful, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, are you aware of the fact that when it comes to food pricing in today's Ghana, most foodstuff are priced higher in mining communities as against the urban areas, in view of the fact that lands which originally were used for farming have all now been turned into mining activities, thereby limiting the amount of foodstuff that is produced in mining areas. Are you aware of that?
Minister, are you aware?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware. But the current situation is this. If the honorable member is not aware, as we speak today, we have maize, rice, beans in excess of our demand. Even in this chamber today, the Honorable Rashid Pepuo just approached me. Honorable Rashid Pepuo alone has almost 1,000 bags of maize ready for market, and he's not getting market. In fact, I've even been told, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing as government is that we have provided resources to the National Food Buffer Stock to mop up the excess from the market and store against emergencies. And this is the first time in the history of our country that we are doing this. It was never done during your time. It never happened.
Honorable members, usually it's not advisable to ask a question, are you aware? Because the answer can be, I'm not aware, I am aware, and that's the end. You can't come back again. And so you don't ask questions like, are you aware? You see, Minister, you are aware, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you because we are all experiencing it, that the size of kinky has not changed. Neither has the price. In spite of the food glut, in spite of the lower prices, he is aware. We are together in that. Well, if he denies, I will assess him.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware.
Exactly what I stated. You see, so I've assessed you, and I've just made him to know that it's not advisable for people to ask questions, are you aware? Because the answer will be, I'm not aware, or I'm aware, and that's the end of it. So please, I'll give more people. I haven't reached excellency yet. I'm just speaker. Yes, I had earlier on given it to the young man behind Honorable Jinapo, the young man behind you. He's not young.
But you are young.
He comes from where?
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
Can you share your age with us?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm Gideon Boako, the MP for Tanonof constituency. And I'm one of your sons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very young. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the minister talks about farmers market concepts. And the understanding I get from what the minister says is that the problem we have with the production of food and its distribution now is the difficulty in getting the foodstuffs from the farm gate to the main market or the intermediate markets, i.e. by the roadside. But Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ and to suggest that there is a bigger problem than the movement of foodstuffs from the farm gate to the market. As the minister indicated, a colleague member of parliament has about 1,000 bags of rice that are not in demand. Maize. Similarly, if you move across the country, I can use my constituency as example. If you go to the Tanonof constituency that the minister is very much conversant with, there are communities like in Suapim, Boma, and all of that.
Member,
a lot of
the background, you know.
By the roadside.
Please, ask the question.
The question I want to put to the minister is that what measures is he putting in place to ensure that in the era of lower inflation, food inflation, the demand for food will be enhanced such that the farmers will also be better off. As it stands, the farmers are not better off because they produce and the produce are not in demand. What measures is the minister putting in place to ensure that food is in high demand despite having lower inflation?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding of the question is that it's simple. How do we increase demand for food in the system? But the honorable member knows that everybody has limited capacity in respect of how much food to eat. And so what we are looking at is the entire value chain, processing of the food. The first step is increasing production, which we have achieved. We have produced so much to the extent that prices are collapsing far, far, far below what is expected. And so what we are going to do is to develop the entire value chain, set up processing factories, add value, package them, and even export. That is the only thing we can do to increase demand. But the first thing we must all applaud is that we have increased food production. Now, having done that, what is next? The next thing is to look at how we can add value. And that's what we are looking at. And then you also talk about food prices. That food inflation has come down, but still prices are high. How can that be possible? What is the meaning of food inflation there? When we had food inflation at 61%, Ghana was listed among 10 countries in Africa with the highest food prices. And so why are you saying that today food inflation is 3.9% and you are still complaining about food prices? Where?
Well, who is the most senior? Is it the former minister? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today the Ghana Statistical Service reported that food insecurity is gone up, and that today it's moved from 35.3% from quarter 1 2024 to 38.1% in quarter 2 2025.
First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, all members have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was laying the foundation for the question. And the point was that the Ghana Statistical Service today is reported that food insecurity is risen from 35.3% in 2024 to 38.1% last year. And the service has actually warned that 13 million Ghanaians risk hunger this year. Mr. Speaker, this report was released by the Ghana Statistical Service today. The minister is telling us that we are self-sufficient when it comes to food security. The question is, Mr. Speaker, in the light of these alarming statistics and data put out by the Ghana Statistical Service today, what assurances can the minister give to this House in terms of dealing with the situation where 13 million Ghanaians do not slip into hunger? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've already indicated that as we speak, we are building food buffer. In fact, I will write to Ghana Statistical Service to give us the locations of these individuals so that from our buffer, we can supply them, we can give them food. No, I'm not saying, I'm not disputing what you have said. What I'm saying is that, Honorable, I'm not disputing Minister, what you have said.
Honorable Minister.
What I'm saying is that if we have 13 million people in Ghana who are food insecure, we must know their locations so that we can make them food secure. Their locations. You understand? So that's why I'm saying that once we have food buffer against emergencies, just indicate to me that close to your house you have 10 people who are food insecure. Today, I will supply them food.
Yes, Honourable Kobi Mensah.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture is aware that the Statistical Service information is for the whole country. He has also said that there's enough food in the system people are not able to buy. It is also public knowledge that the Bank of Ghana have siphoned off over 60 billion Ghana cedis from the markets, not allowing traders to have the money to trade. I therefore put it to him that
Honourable Member, you have a right to ask a question but not to put it to the minister. Kindly resume your seat. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker.
You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Boma, you have the floor. Honourable Minister, can you resume your seat?
My question.
You are putting it to him. You don't do that. You ask a question. Please, you have the floor.
Rephrase it.
Honourable Boma, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the minister in his response and has continuously put on the floor of the House that the national buffer stock is being strengthened to mop up excess food produced from the system as part of the strategy to ensure all year-round food supply. It is different when the buffer stock is being strengthened from it has been strengthened. Because when you go to the
Honorable
market,
member, what is your question?
I'm building just a 30-second and I'll ask the question. I'm saying this because this is a national concern. If you check around, there's a lot of complaints about food being produced at the market, at the site, and they are not being brought to the market. And this is a major issue. So my question is, if the buffer stock has been or is supposed to be strengthened in this year, how much have been released to buffer stock, and what have they actually been able to purchase out of the market so that we can be sure that they are buying the excesses from the market to give price stability to the traders and also having enough stock to feed the people who are.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, you are right. You know exactly what is happening in the system, and which is far different from what other colleagues have been saying. You go to Sisala, your position is excellent. They have produced maize, rice, beans, and others far in excess of the demand in that area. As you speak, price of a bag of maize in Sisala is selling around 250-300 Ghana cedis. If farmers are allowed to sell at this price, certainly they cannot recoup their investment. And that is why I'm saying that we have resourced the national food buffer stock. In the 2025 budget, this House approved 100 million Ghana cedis for them to mop up the excess. That was insufficient. And that was why in the 2026 budget, an additional 200 million was provided. And I added that this is the first time in the history of our country that Ghana is building food buffer against emergencies. You don't know the story. Don't shout. That is the reality. This is the first time. And you cannot contest this. Ask your colleagues. They will tell you.
Honourable Minister, address the chair. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to appeal to you with regards to our honourable member of Tagwandi. Honourable A, he's a very senior person in this chamber. And I want to appeal to you to allow him to
Yes, that is the more reason.
Rephrase.
You would agree with me that question time is not a period for cross-examination. It is not a period for making statements. Above all, you are asking a supplementary question. Go ahead and ask your question. After a long background, you said, I'm putting it to you. Are we doing cross-examination? So you've rightly stated that he's a senior lawyer, he's a senior member, and he knows exactly that question time is not a time for cross-examination. That was my worry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm only pleading with you that you give him the opportunity to rephrase the question.
Very well.
Yes.
You have the floor. Rephrase your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question is very important. That's why I've risen to ask again. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that there's food insecurity across the length and breadth of the country. The minister is also saying that there are loads and loads of food across the country that have not been bought from farmers. My position, Mr. Speaker, and my question is that if the Bank of Ghana have siphoned so much money out of the system,
and the minister is saying that there's overproduction. I would like to know from the minister, how much in value term of food that are still sitting at the farmers' gate, and how much the 200 they have budgeted for will be able to take away from the farmers, so that the farmers
Minister.
can work this year.
Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, according to our technical team, we need not less than 600 million Ghana cedis. Not less than 600 million Ghana cedis to be able to mop up the excess of food that we have in our system now, especially paddy rice. So I'm surprised that even in minority, you cannot speak with one voice. A colleague just got up here and said there is food everywhere, they are not getting market. Another person will get up here and said, I haven't seen that. There is no food. There's food insecurity. Why can't you adopt a common position?
Yes. Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the minister in answering the question, he said he used a certain phrase, Mr. Speaker, which I think is not right, and that he should withdraw that. He said, even in minority, we cannot even agree. Mr. Speaker, when you say that you are generating, Mr. Speaker,
he said you are not speaking with one voice.
Mr. Speaker, his answer must not generate debate. His answer must not generate debate. So, with respect to you, Minister, this is not your political platform. I beg you, withdraw that.
Honorable Habib. Honorable Habib, when I took over, I give the floor to Honorable Boama. His question resulted into an answer from the minister that I agree with you. If you go to Sisala, that is what is actually happening. Now, Honorable Kobi also came. So is it not the case that when you just oppose Kobi's question as against Honorable Boama's question, what the minister is saying is correct?
Mr. Speaker, how can individual members' question be a position of the minority? But he is saying that even in minority, we are not agreeing. It's not minority speaking, Mr. Speaker. So he must withdraw that, Mr. Speaker.
Should I give the opportunity to the minister to say minority members?
No, Mr. Speaker, if a member asks a question in his capacity, you don't attribute it to the entire minority, Mr. Speaker. So
Honorable Habib, should I give the floor to the minister to correct it by saying minority members?
He should put it in proper perspective.
They are minority members. Minister, they say put it in proper perspective.
Mr. Speaker, what I said was very simple. I thought this is the minority. And in fact, they describe themselves as the mighty minority. And then a colleague stood up here. A colleague from the minority said, he said, no, if you want me to address the cocoa matter, I want to assure you, even though it is not under me, if you give me the opportunity here, I will deal with it here.
Minister, the issue is not about cocoa, so ignore the side comments.
What I said was a fact, that if they want to be considered as individuals and no longer the mighty minority they claim to be, then I will withdraw that common position thing and then say that I cannot understand why members of this house can have such different opinions on matters, something that is common to everybody in this country. But in any case, if in your constituency the people are food insecure, then there is something that you must know. At the beginning of 2025, as part of the Feed Ghana program, we launched the campaign for individual households to have backyard gardens so that on their own they can produce some vegetables to support the feeding of the house. This was a strategic move to reduce the cost of feeding in this country. Many people participated. I don't think you can say on this floor that you and your constituents never participated in this program. Then again, we also advocated for secondary schools to have school farms, and 413 schools have been registered. They were given inputs. They are producing to support the school feeding program. This will obviously reduce total demand in the system. Churches are participating, state agencies are participating, members of parliament here are also participating. As you speak, Honorable, the former defense minister, signaled me that, Eric, I also have 2,000 bags of rice I'm looking for market. And just a colleague on your left is talking about food insecurity. And that's why I said that, look, if people are food insecure, let me know where they are. If they are in your constituency, I will just buy the rice from Honorable Nitiwul and then sell to them immediately. That solves the problem. So we don't have to banter this matter. Honorable.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, it's true. It's actually true that I have 2,000 bags of paddy rice, 100 kg bags of paddy rice lying down. Mr. Speaker, the reason is that last year this time, that same bag of rice was 1,000 Ghana cedi. Today, it's being sold at 400 cedis. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the problem is not overproduction. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Chamba market, you go to Bundri market, you go to Techima market, you go to Passam market, when the farmers send yam, cassava, maize, whatever, people are not buying, and they have to carry it back. Your colleagues, you spread across the whole country, and you can testify to it. So Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Nitiwul, what is your question?
Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister. Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister is, what steps is he going to take to solve this very problem? Why farmers will take their produce to the market, people are not buying, and they'll have to take it back. They will take it the next week, people will not buy, they'll take it back. Whether it is tubers, whether it is rice, whether it is maize, whether it is pepper, whether it is dry okra, they are not buying. How are you going to make sure that that problem is resolved for farmers? That's what farmers want to hear. That's all it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Minister, though you provided the answer in a way, you may have the...
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think I've answered this question earlier on. When the same question was posed by Honorable Jinapo, I said what we are looking at is value addition. Value addition. That is why we have launched the Feed the Industry program, and it is being handled by the Minister for Agribusiness. You are saying now. You see,
but Honorable Minister, former Minister, listen to the answer first.
I like the spirit with which you are asking that it should be done now. I'm worried that you didn't have the same spirit when you had the power to do so, because all these things were there. You never do that. You never did it. Today we are doing it. We are adding value, and we are saying now. Let me tell you, Honorable, as you speak, we have registered some of the millers in the northern enclave, where we have the glut of paddy rice. What we want them to do is to buy the paddy rice, mill, and then transport to buffer stock, so that buffer will be able to buy them. We've also spoken to ECOWAS. This time round, we are not going to borrow rice. We are not going to borrow maize. Rather, we are asking them to come and buy from us here. And so we are putting in place a lot of mechanisms. And I've given you the assurance that your 2,000 bags of paddy you are complaining about, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, through the buffer stock, will buy it for you. And that is why I'm worried at our colleagues, who, in spite of this situation, are saying that there is food insecurity. Is it because they are living in a different world or what? That's the problem I have. Because you know the reality, our colleague doesn't know the reality. And he's talking about something that is not in existence. That's the difficulty.
Abu Habib.
Mr. Speaker, if I heard the minister right, he said until this year, there has never been any food buffers for food security, if that is what actually he said. So is it the case that the then Professor Mills administration established buffer stock for two main reasons? One, for commercial purpose. Two, to get food buffer for food security in terms of crisis. So you are saying that from then up to today, there had never been any food or buffers for purposes of food security. Is that the case?
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly my point. When the buffer stock was set up, an amount of 12 million Ghana cedis was given to buffer stock to set up during the Professor Mills' time. And since then, government of Ghana never advanced a pesewa to buffer stock to maintain strategic stocks against emergencies until 2025 and 2026. These are facts that can be verified. And you are aware, you are a member of the committee, you know this.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, so is it the case that...
Honorable Habib, how many supplementary questions are you entitled to? Hello? How many, by the rules, how many supplementary questions are you entitled to? Honorable Habib, once you have exceeded your supplementary question, I think... how many are you entitled to?
Okay, my last question. Minister responsible for Agric. So based on the answer provided, so you are saying that there was no proper thinking by the Professor Mills administration in establishing buffer stock?
Well, so long as you said no proper thinking, I have not heard that from the minister, so I will disallow the question. Minister, resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed. Question disallowed.
Thank you,
Honorable Jelly, yes, you have the floor.
Speaker, it seems as if there is a lot of noise in the chamber. Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I want to respectfully ask the Minister what it means to say that there is food insecurity against the backdrop that the yam farmers are complaining that they have a lot of harvest, tubers of yams. The rice farmers are complaining they have a lot of. Is it the inability to procure them that amounts to food insecurity, or the accessibility? I would respectfully want the minister, because he was trying to let my senior know that we don't understand food insecurity. So we want him to shed more light on what...
Yes, Minister.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, food security means food must be available. 2, it must be affordable. 3, you must get the food in its right combination of quality, diet. If you, let's say you are talking about balanced diet, you get the nutrients in its right proportion. And then supply must be sustainable. There shouldn't be any opportunity, any means to have shortage of food in the system. So one, we have the food in sufficient quantities, availability of food. Now you cannot complain about that. Then you talk about affordability, whether people can afford or not. And I'm saying that yes, because food prices have collapsed so low, and everybody, and that is why I said, please, that is why I said that, look, as a nation, we are building food buffers. If you say that you have conducted a survey, and the findings include the fact that some people are food insecure, indicate to us the locations so that we go to our stores, make food available to them, and they will be fed. That's all.
Speaker, I have videos of farmers complaining with reference to the tubers of yams they have and bags of rice and all of that. If the minister is not seeing those videos, I'll share those videos with him. That they are complaining. In fact, some are dying, saying that they are unable to pay their children's, their school fees.
Honorable Ahmed, you are engaging in argument rather than asking
Mr.
questions.
Speaker, that should be all.
What the honorable member is saying is not even relevant. You are talking about videos of farmers complaining of the fact that they are not getting market for their produce. And that's exactly what I'm saying here. And we are saying that because of that, we have empowered buffer stock to move into the market and then mop up the excess. So if you show me those pictures, the pictures never portray insecurity of food anywhere. And that is why I'm saying that it is irrelevant. You don't even point to those things.
Honourable members, we take the last supplementary question, then we'll move on. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker,
I've been taking from this side. Let me take one supplementary from Honourable Nogbe. Honourable Kinsley, resume your seat for now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Agriculture that is it true that in a few years past, a bag of rice was 1,000 Ghana cedis, but now has reduced to 400 Ghana cedis? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yes, it is true. In 2024, a bag of rice, 100 kg, was sold at 1,600. Even maize, 1,500, 1,600. And today it's around 300, 400 in other areas. The honorable member mentioned the Chima market. Just last week, we sent our team there to go and buy maize. And it's around 500 Ghana cedis. When you go to Ejra, the farmers are crying. They are not getting the prices they want. And that is the situation. In the face of abundance, certainly, price will collapse. But we have to put in place mechanisms to protect the interest, the investment of these farmers. And that is why I disagree with the doomsayers when they talk about food insecurity and the rest of them in Ghana.
Yes, Honourable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister regarding the support, the nationwide support for the smallholder farmers. The criteria that was used and the criteria that was used in the nationwide support and the regional composition and the cost involved in this whole exercise. Thank you.
Which exercise?
The support for the smallholder farmers.
Please, having regard to the question on the floor, you may kindly file a fresh question. Thank you very much. Honourable members, let's move to question number 529. Also standing in the name of Honourable Anthony Imie, Member of Parliament for Odo Tobri. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what specific measures are currently being implemented to enhance the oil palm industry in Ghana, particularly in the processing sector, given that the Minerals Commission has distributed millions of oil palm seedlings since 2019.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority is recognized as the sole authority mandated to regulate and develop the mandated crops, including the oil palm. The TCDA, in conjunction with Oil Palm Research Institute and Oil Palm Development Association of Ghana, coordinate the distribution of oil palm seedlings to farmers. OPRI is supported to focus on research into improved varieties of seeds and seedling production. Mr. Speaker, the objectives of the government of Ghana's integrated oil palm development policy include cultivating 100,000 hectares of new oil palm plantations, creating over 250,000 direct and indirect jobs across the value chain, achieve self-sufficiency in palm oil production and export competitiveness, and promote sustainability, gender inclusion, and equitable participation for women and youth. Supply of oil palm seedlings to farmers. Mr. Speaker, under this initiative, the Tree Crop Development Authority has distributed over 2 million oil palm seedlings to farmers. A seed and seedling production policy have been developed by TCDA, the Oil Palm Development Association of Ghana, and the Oil Palm Research Institute of the Council for Science and Industrial Research to regulate that part of the value chain. OPRI and the Ghana Standards Authority have developed standards and guidelines for seed production and distribution, which will regulate the operation of nurseries and traders of seedlings. Mr. Speaker, on processing, as part of the government's $500 million investment in the oil palm sector, as stated in the 2026 budget statement, the World Bank is examining data from the top large-scale processors to determine financing structure and models for investment into the sector. And again, equal attention is being paid to the small-scale artisanal processors to provide modern and efficient machinery that is environmentally friendly. The sector employs nearly 60,000 people, mostly women and youth. Mr. Speaker, though TCDA is not involved in the distribution of seedlings by the Minerals Commission, the ministry will not hesitate a request from the Minerals Commission.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question? Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be no supplementary questions.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we will move to question numbered 659, standing in the name of Honourable Dr. Thomas Anaba, Member of Parliament for Garu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture the status of the stalled Tamne irrigation project in Garu and the steps the ministry is taking to ensure its completion and when it is expected to be completed.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Tamne Phase 3 project combines outstanding works from phases 1 and 2, along with infrastructure that was damaged after the completion during the 2021 Northern Ghana floods. The scope of Phase 3 of the project includes downstream works, conduit works, spillway channel stabilization works, spillway dike formation, canal construction, irrigable area development. All the physical works under phase 3 are about 70% complete. The outstanding works to date include the construction of lateral canals, the installation of tunnel gates, and the clearing of approximately 300 hectares of farmland. Mr. Speaker, the challenge is that the resurgence of the age-old chieftaincy conflict between the Mampusis and the Kusasis within the Boko Garu enclave, where the project is situated, has unfortunately affected the smooth execution and the completion of the project. The contractor had to move his staff out of the project site when it became unsafe and dangerous to continue operations. As it stands, the project completion timeline is in suspense due to the conflict situation. Mr. Speaker, the project management team and the contractor are currently monitoring the situation on the ground. I will proceed to finish the work when the conditions become favorable. The Ministry of Food and Agriculture, through the District Department of Agriculture for the 4 district assemblies, will continue to support farmers in expanding their operations in irrigable areas. The Ghana Irrigation Development Authority will continue to educate landowners and mobilize farmers for the effective management of the irrigation schemes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question? Please use any available microphone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A follow-up question. They say the devil always finds work for the idle hands. The youth are engaged perhaps in the conflict because they have no work to do. So, Mr. Minister or Speaker, considering the quantum of work that has been done already, just to develop the irrigable part of the land behind the dike, don't you think it will be worthy of deploying security to protect the contractor so that he would conclude the little job that is left to make the place irrigable and to employ that very youth who are engaged in the conflict?
Yes,
because we've spent a lot of money already.
Please, you have asked your question. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's a good suggestion, but we are also looking at it from this perspective, talking to the youth to bring an end to the conflict so that we can create that congenial and then enlivened atmosphere that can develop the area. So that's what we are working on. And Mr. Speaker, let me say that the honourable member who posed this question has been to my office more than 10 times on this particular project. And at some point, I even had to invite the contractor and the project management team to come and meet with him to see how we can find lasting solution to the situation. But it all boils down to the insecurity in the area. And we are also working with the security agencies, especially the police. As soon as they give us indication that the place is safe for construction to begin, I can promise my colleague that we will not hesitate to move to the field.
Any further supplementary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. We will collaborate with you and speak to the youth to lay down their arms and allow the contractor to come back. Thank you.
Honourable Member, this is a constituency specific. Honourable Minister, we thank you very much for attending upon the House to respond to a number of questions slated for you. You are hereby discharged. Honourable members, I would proceed to invite, yes.
Speaker, I want to plead with you to intricate the the business time on question and pray that we do a committee of the whole so that we can take the NHIS formula because the minister responsible for labor has had an emergency call in the office, so it's not immediately available to deal with the 3 questions standing in his name. So I want to use the opportunity to pray you to do a committee of the whole and take the formula on NHIS and the medical trust fund. Then we can come back and do it. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader. Yes. Very well. Speak into the microphone.
Speaker, I wish to live long. So the application mounted by the whip, it finds favor with us because we have had an engagement to that effect. So we don't object to it.
Very well. That being the sense of the House, I would then reconstitute the House into a committee of the whole. And whilst reconstituting the House into a committee of the whole, I would invite the Minister for Health as well as the officials from the National Health Insurance Scheme to take their designated seats.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
Let the record reflect that we are also considering the Ghana Medical Trust Fund formula as well as the NHI formula.
Please don't lead me into temptation. My instruction is to do the National Health Insurance Scheme. That's the instruction that I have received.
Speaker, I am certain that you receive further instructions.
Very well. Should I receive a further instructions? I will do so. So, Marshal, can you help us to clear the public gallery? The House is accordingly constituted into a committee of the whole.
Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look in favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
Members, may I have your kind attention for this announcement. This is to inform you of the unavoidable absence of Right Honorable Speaker. And in accordance with Standing Order 12.2, the first Deputy Speaker shall perform the duties and exercise authority of the Chair until Right Honorable Speaker resumes the chair. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, correction of vote and proceedings. Honourable members, vote and proceedings of 27th November 2027 under correction, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, page 7. Page 7, second to last line on paragraph 1, under 5. So the order follows a petition by Mr. Daniel Salak Pala Wakpa, challenging the declaration of Honorable Matthew Nyindam. The spelling of Matthew as compared to how it was regularly written under 178. 178 has 2 T's, and this one has only 1 T. So I would want to ask for direction from the Speaker.
Table office, take notes. Page 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, item 10, question number 220, the very first line. The member's constituency is Ahafo Ano, Southwest. Over here, it is spelled Aha, Ano, Southwest. Thank you.
Table office, take note. Page 13. Yes.
Speaker, I'm sorry if I may, just quick. I was trying to catch your attention. Page 7. I'm sorry. The Honorable Jerry Ahmed did put in a leave of absence application. I followed up. It was approved. I just realized that he's been marked under absence. He was absent with permission.
I can't recall approving Jerry's leave of absence.
Well, we ferried it to the office of the second Deputy Speaker. Yes. So it is so.
Well, we should not be causing this confusion. Okay, he is to do leave of absence.
Speaker, it is so.
Very well. Page 14, 15, 16, 17. Yes.
Speaker, very sorry. You were on page 13. So under item 12, that's motion, line 3, I propose that we insert 4 after member before
Table of use, take note. Page 18, 19, 20, and 21. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Thursday, 27th November 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, indulge me to acknowledge the presence of students from Madame Robert Anglican Junior High School, led by Dennis Opoku Adai, head teacher. They are from Akwapim South, they numbered 54. We also have students from Pokrum Presby Junior High School, led by Ms. Elizabeth Afriye, Municipal Director of Education. They are from Akwapim South. Then we have Shraj Integrity Club, led by Araba Diaba, Municipal Director of Shraj Madina. They are from Madina. They numbered 51. On behalf of Parliament, I welcome all of you. May you have a fruitful stay. Honourable members, we are moving straight to item number 6, business statement. I will therefore call on the chairman of the business committee, in the person of the majority leader and leader of government business, to present the business statement for the ensuing week.
Right Honourable Speaker, the committee met yesterday, Thursday, 27th of November 2025, and arranged business for the House for the 7th week, ending Thursday, 4th December 2025. Committee accordingly submits the following as the order of business. 1, there could be the usual formal communications from your good self, Mr. Speaker, and 27 questions will be asked of the Ministers of Food and Agriculture, Minister of State in charge of Public Sector Reforms, Minister for Roads and Highways, Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, and Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. All the questions are oral. Statements may be taken under Order 91-2 and also Order 93. That is statements by ministers and then also statements by members. Bills, papers, and reports may be taken pursuant to Order 179 and Order 160 and Order 97. Motions and consequential resolutions may also be taken. And once again, we remind members of the committee reports on the annual budget estimates and related motions that members should try and then make their expedite action on their annual budget estimates and report to the House to facilitate the passage of the appropriation bill before the House adjourns sine die. Chairpersons are accordingly notified of the attached schedule for committee reporting and the date for the motions on the annual budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, to engender transparency and public participation in the consideration of budget estimates, the Business Committee proposes that committees engage civil society organizations and broadcast live proceedings of the consideration of the various budget estimates at committee. The chairpersons of committees are entreated to schedule committee sittings in the mornings before noon. This is to ensure full participation of honourable members when business is taking place on the floor of the House. Public holiday. Mr. Speaker, Friday, 5th December 2025 is Farmers' Day. The day will be observed as a statutory public holiday. Thus, the House will not sit. The committee takes this opportunity to congratulate our dedicated and industrious farmers for their contribution to nation building. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 2162 and subject to Order 67, the committee submits to the House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the Business Committee. Honourable members, business statement duly presented. The floor is now open for comment on the business statement. Yes, Jerry Amir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to commend the Leader of Government Business and the Majority Leader, Honorable Mahama Yaiga, for the work so far. Speaker, just to bring to his attention and to the attention of your good self that since January 2025, we have recorded a lot of market fires. And my understanding is that the respected leader would also look at, I don't know if we are going to program the local government minister or any other person who respectfully we deem fit that these situations or issues are within the person's remit. If I may just list some of them, Speaker. January 2nd, 2025, we had the Katamanto market fire, which destroyed over 7,000 shops. We had one person dying, more than 14 injured.
So, Honourable Member, what is your request?
Speaker, when I finish, I will make the request.
Honourable members, business statement time should not be used as a basis of debating or stating issues not related to the business statement as presented. So there are tools available for you as a member of parliament. So the issue that you are stating, pick a copy of the business statement and tell me what exactly is it stated, because you have to comment on the business statement as presented.
Some of us are always willing to learn, except that for business statement, my understanding is that apart from what has been captured, for the ensuing week, there are issues that are affecting the informal.
Yes, so if you want to make suggestion, you can go ahead and make the suggestion. But it's not a period for you to make statement or debate or bring any other issue. That is why I'm asking you, what is your...
So, Speaker, I intend to make a suggestion.
Comment.
So respectfully, I intend to make a suggestion. This is as a result of a certain observation. And I thought that this affects the local economy or the informal economy, and that since our respected leader is the leader of government business.
So, apart from all the tools available for you within the rules, you have to comment on the business statement. And you think this is the appropriate period to do what you are about to do?
Speaker, I'll take a cue. If you'll just allow me 30 seconds. Just for our understanding that these are markets and they affect the local economy. So that in the ensuing week, instead of going through question time and all of that, that would take a lot more time.
Well, you can bring questions who admit, you can bring statements who admit. But the floor is now open for comment on the business statement as presented.
Very well, Speaker. Your direction, and I would oblige, respectfully. I was just hoping you would give me 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Any further comment on the business statement? Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, respectfully, when I check page 1 of the business statement, I realized that in the ensuing week we have only 27 questions to be responded to by ministers who have been programmed for the week. Considering the number of questions that are pending, and per my checks, I know that we have more than 200 questions that are pending. And so it's an appeal that I want to make to the majority leader especially considering the time that we may be rising. It is possible that we may not be able to deal with all those questions before we rise. I personally have about 4 questions that is actually pending. And so if it is possible, the majority leader may want to have a second look at the number of questions that has been programmed for the week. And secondly,
go ahead.
Secondly, about 4 weeks ago, a matter was raised here on the floor with respect to something very important that affects the performance of members of parliament in terms of our work. Right Honorable Speaker, today, if you go to the job 600, on the 8th floor, 10th floor, and 11th floor that I am, most of the offices are not having their air conditions working. Just because it's about 5 months. And coming to the House of Parliament, and I will not have an office to be able to work from, especially now that we are also considering the committee's work. It's an appeal that I'm making to the majority leader and to your high self, that respectfully, kindly let's take this matter into proper consideration so that we'll be able to perform our duties as members of parliament to the benefit of the Ghanaian people. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Any further comment? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, a number of statements have been outlined for this week and even for the previous week. And if you check even the order paper for today, you have so many statements lined up. Mr. Speaker, in my view, I don't think we will be able to exhaust all these statements. But when you check the business statement as well, especially, I had a statement on cashew. I have not seen these statements listed for next week. I would like to request that these statements also be programmed, especially on cashew, because the cashew season ends and is starting next month. And it's important that the House gets to know all the challenges facing this industry so that together we can fashion out some strategies.
Is your statement an urgent statement?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, if it is not an urgent statement, then it will be programmed accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker.
Minority Chief Whip.
May I thank the Leader of the House. I think a matter that has been discussed for some time. It's seen the light of day, where now we'll get stakeholders and relevant institutions to come to Parliament during the estimate consideration and for their input. And we also have designated committee rooms where there will be live broadcasts of this engagement. I want to commend the leader for ensuring this sees the light of day. Speaker, let me reference statement as has been captured by the leader that in accordance with Order 91, the Speaker may admit statement and ministers of state may come and make policy statement. And also dovetailing to what the Honorable Onyina had mentioned. So last week, I had monitored the order paper. His statement was advertised. The statement on cashew was advertised. And I know there were other statements. And there are even other statements that had been admitted, yet have not found space on the order paper. I think we can get clinical if those that were advertised, just to be fair, we could tease those ones out and get them captured, even if not the business statement, then the order paper, it should be captured so that we go serially. If your statement has been captured, we go according to the number. When those that have been advertised on the order paper are dispensed of, then we can consider the others that are still, that have been admitted, Speaker, by your good self, but not being programmed. I think if we do that, that will help us. And members will also get a prior notification of when their statements will be taken, especially now that we are going to wait for reports of estimate consideration. Then we can have enough time to consider the statement.
Yes, but if the statement appear on the order paper and however taken out, then that is unfortunate.
Speaker, with respect, you and I know sometimes we have to vary order of business because of exigencies of time and business we have to prosecute. Sometimes it is inadvertent, and we are compelled to do what we have to do. So
I agree with you.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, I've also seen a number of questions admitted, and also to corroborate what the Honorable Vincent said. 27 questions. Speaker, I'm a bit old in this house, not too old, but a bit old, to know that 27 questions. Now we are entering into a week where we are now waiting for reports of estimates that we are going to consider. So we have some time. We actually have some time. We have some time. So 27 questions, I think we can add a few. I know a few sectors that have been outstanding, and maybe table office can apprise leader, and then we can consider feasibility if we can add one or two sectors to the ones that have been programmed already. So going forward, again on the questions, realistically, we have averaged 15 days to get appropriation passed and for us to rise. We have over a number of questions. Now, these questions, for some of them, they are time-bound. Some of them, they are either time-bound or issue-bound. So, table office, again, can help the business committee and tease those ones that are urgent in terms of being time-bound or issue-bound. Then we can look at how we can navigate and get these ones answered before, time elapses and they don't become relevant again. That's my suggestion to majority that for us to look at. I want to suggest, I scanned through the business statement, and I know sometimes when we are about to adjourn, that is when we fix the time for the following day sitting. I want to suggest that since during the ensuing week, the committees will be meeting to be considering the estimate. If it pleases the House, we should fix 2 p.m. Then the morning hours can be devoted for the committees to consider the estimate. More often than not, it is the delay as a result of the generation of the report that causes us to stay and adjourn deep in the night. Once the reports are ready, we can take as many reports as possible, and then we can duly adjourn as programmed or as we should. Yes. Speaker, I've seen attached to the business statement the proposed schedule for the presentation of committee report. I've seen that here. And I know this is based on the availability of the estimate. Can we add these formulae, the DACF, the Get Found, and the NHI? So these are very important statutory payments that should be considered. And I'm reliably informed that these institutions are ready. So if it finds favor, we should program them or prioritize these 3 formulae so that they will be brought to the House ASAP to be considered. Majority Leader, the committee cluster system. I unofficially have been engaging the table office. The committee cluster system may have their advantage, and that one you can argue it out, yes. But experience has shown that during budget time, they don't help us. They delay the report unnecessarily. I related to my colleague, the majority leader, that we should relate to the clerk's office. They must do something about the committee cluster system. The intention for it is good, is well placed, but during budget time, it delays the reports unduly. And because we have just about 15 days, we on this side are minded to support the majority to get the budget passed. Let's not be said that we are obstructionists and we are delaying. We are speaking out of experience. The cluster system, the last parliament, it did not help us. Getting to the end of the parliament, this cluster system delayed us. Majority said, I beg you, we want to help you pass your appropriation. And it happens that, yes, okay, it happens that it delays the report unduly. Sorry. Well, one person, practically what happens is that 1 or 2 persons will be working on about 10 or 15 reports. It's a fact, and the table of office, they agree with me. Of course, it comes with some advantages, but the disadvantages are more. Mr. Speaker, now, last week, and this is my favorite, as a patriotic citizen of this country, last week I had read a red flag, Galamsey, destruction of our water bodies. The majority leader, in his response, said, amongst other things, the minister will be here as many times as possible. And Speaker, I deferred to him. At the business committee, I reminded them again. They said, okay, we are going to program the Minister for Lands this week. I have come and scanned through the report. No show. No show. Is it the case that the Minister of Lands is so busy that he cannot come to this house to, as it were, make a good representation in terms of the fight against Galamsey where we are? Now Galamsey is all over the place. Is this in the report? One moment, excavators appear, the next moment, they disappear like a ghost. This is worrying. All the water bodies we have in this country, the Densu, the Ankobra, and what have you, stability levels so bad. I am worried. I am worried. I'm simply saying, well, Mr. Speaker, you see, the road minister, he just came to the chamber and he's announcing his presence. That's fine. He's forgotten today is Friday. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with the majority leader. They should find space. Next week, Wednesday, Thursday, the lands minister should come and do the needful. The fight against Galamsey cannot go the normal tangent because the needed feedback and the results we are looking for, we are not getting it. Go to the Accra to Kumasi highway. The Galamseys are, you should be worried. Road minister, you should be worried. Your road, they are getting closer to the road. So, well, I just hope you understand what is at stake. And for once, he will not come and just make academic statement. So let me conclude. I'm concluding. So I'm just concluding. Abba. So if you want me to sit down, I can sit down. But I was actually concluding that the land minister, we are the representative of the people. We have oversight role. He cannot just come and make sweeping statement and go. We must give him clear guidelines. For instance, he must come and speak to the stability level of River Cobra, Densu. He must tell us. He must tell us what we are doing to reclaim the lands that have been destroyed. So those templates, or that template must come from us. Leadership or the House must tell the minister that these are the things we want to come and speak to. Amongst other things, you can come and say all the things we find relevant, but these ones must not be left out. And the least we can ask of is the minister coming to tell us where the fight is, where they've gotten to, what are the challenges. There is something they call water guards. How are these water guards impacting on the fight? What is the incidental effect of water guards on the fight against Galamsey? And the Ghanaians are worried. We are really, the leader wants that, he's signaling you that it's time. Well, if you want me to sit down, I can sit down. But I'm simply asking, no problem, I will sit down. But Ghanaians are watching you. So the Ghanaians are watching him. And the minister must be programmed for the ensuing week to come. Because he himself already told this house, and the majority leader is on record to have said that the minister will come as many times as possible. Where is the many times as possible?
Honourable member, you are a member of the business committee. One of these days, I will sit at the business committee with you.
Speaker, can I conclude?
You can conclude.
Yes, I will conclude, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, business committee, I was there. The leader himself is here. He will bear witness. I was there. In fact, the leader was in a hurry. So he said that if I know you have something, say it, because I have other meetings. Then I said, leader, you assured us that the lands minister will be here as many times as possible. Then he instructed the table office that they should check and make sure they program. So I was expectant that the lands minister will be programmed. That's why I'm surprised that he's not here. There's no program. Speaker, I thank you for enduring me. And maybe
yes, any further comment? Any further comment? Yes, so let's take the last comment so that you can come and respond and then we adopt. Please go ahead, you have the floor, Minority Leader.
The Speaker said that I asked him and he said he would want to comment before he takes me. That is why I said.
No, add your own to it.
Very well, that's okay. Speaker, first, there is this issue of Mpox cases. It's on the rise. According to the Ghana Health Service, as of November 25th, confirmed cases of Mpox.
Honourable Minority Leader, under what order are you doing that?
Mr. Speaker, is that where this parliament is heading to? No, because, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, if
we
this is where
are commenting on the business statement.
Speaker, I have been a majority leader before. I need to lay a foundation. Please, Mr. Speaker, let's not do it and you say contempt. On the next thing with that, we should all go for contempt. Please, give me some space. I'm laying a foundation.
A foundation for what?
For the fact that, Mr. Speaker, if we bring the business statement is brought, it's for members to comment on the statement. In commenting on the business statement, they make input. They draw attention to matters that are in the country so that the leader of government business will now, if he finds it fit, programs a minister to address the matter, or the speaker will direct that this matter be considered. Mr. Speaker, that is what I know. So what is wrong with me bringing a matter up and requesting the majority leader that a minister be programmed to address the House on it? So listen to me first. I've been there before. I know the rules. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Health Service reports of a rising cases of Mpox. They give official figure to 880. They also talk about the infections spreading and urge the public to be very vigilant. Mr. Speaker, 25th of November, Ghana Health Service, yes, 25th November 2025. Mr. Speaker, on this call, since Ghana Health Service is advising members of the public to be vigilant and strictly observe preventive measures, including personal hygiene and early reporting of symptoms, I propose that this is not a matter that the public can easily appreciate without the people's representatives being part of it as equal stakeholders. On that score, can the majority leader program the Minister of Health to come to this House and brief the House and assist members of Parliament with the necessary protocol so that MPs can relate to this when they get to their constituency? Mr. Speaker, Mpox infection rate rising is a serious matter, and this is coming from Ghana Health Service themselves in their database. They need us as stakeholders to help to deal with this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, that is my first call on the minister, local majority leader. Mr. Speaker, the second call is for the Minister of Agri. Mr. Speaker, this is what the EU says. European Union is warning both Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire that there's a need for them, these two countries, to ensure urgent reforms in their cocoa sector or risk losing significant global market share. The warning stems from increasing global demand for sustainable, environmentally responsible, and traceable cocoa production. Key concerns include deforestation, poor farming practices, and weak compliance with sustainability standards. Mr. Speaker, I would want to again make a call on the majority leader to program the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, cocoa is a key area that drives the economy in terms of the revenue we receive from the cocoa sector. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the minister comes to the House to brief the nation on steps that Cocoa Board is taking to do reforms in terms of its work, so that we are able to let the international community also know that Ghana is just not sleeping on its quest for reforms, but indeed steps are being taken to ensure we engage in sustainable agriculture in our cocoa production. Mr. Speaker, the third issue has to do with NHI. Mr. Speaker, last week there were media reports to the effect that there are growing concerns regarding service providers who have claims outstanding. Mr. Speaker, Health Insurance Authority itself reports that we have almost about 20 million Ghanaians who have signed on onto the health insurance scheme. Mr. Speaker, if service providers are complaining of non-payment, what it means is that many of the people in the rural areas who otherwise will rely on health insurance will be driven away, especially in the private facilities. I would want to respectfully request of the leader of government business to program the health minister to brief the House steps that the ministry, in collaboration with Health Insurance Authority, taking to ensure that claims are paid on time and that outstanding service providers whose claims are long overdue are settled. Mr. Speaker, whilst on it, it is also instructive to add that Zipline Ghana just this week announced of shutdown of 3 of its centers. Mr. Speaker, we know the critical role Zipline has been playing, especially in delivering medication to rural health care. Mr. Speaker, they have announced that they've shut down because of over 170 million outstanding claims. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the Minister of Health is able to address this House regarding steps being taken to deal with it, because it's not those of us in the cities that will suffer from this shutdown. It's those in the rural areas who otherwise will need emergency medical care. And if there is blood, the need for them to get blood transfusion as quickly as possible is one of the reasons for bringing in Zipline. Mr. Speaker, my last point. The Honorable Acting Defense Minister and Minister of Finance came to brief us on the matter of the Elwak disaster, where 8 young Ghanaian girls, lost their lives as a result of the stampede that took place when they were there on this recruitment exercise by the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, the minister promised a follow-up. Mr. Speaker, the minister promised a follow-up. May I know from the leader of government business if the acting defense minister can be programmed to share with us steps being taken by government in assisting the families in the funeral of these Ghanaian girls who lost their lives, and whether government has in place any compensation package for their surviving dependents. Because, Mr. Speaker, the reports were that there were some difficulties, that arrangements were not sufficient to enable a smooth exercise to be undertaken. They would have dependents, they would have relatives, and it is important that as a nation that honors not only its heroes, but citizens who face such calamity. Mr. Speaker, the families cannot just be told that accept our condolences and then the matter dies and nobody hears about it. Mr. Speaker, that said, I come to our order paper today, page 11, motion 29. Mr. Speaker, since June, this motion that I moved regarding the many Ghanaian youth who were dismissed from their workplaces, that a ruling was made and I filed an appeal for a review. Speaker admitted the motion. I moved the motion. It was seconded. A contributor from the majority, Honorable Dafia Mekpo, had his bite on it. Debate on this was suspended. Mr. Speaker, it's been months. We've been raising this thing. They keep advertising it. Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Minority Leader, what you are drawing my attention to, once the motion has been programmed on the order paper, what exactly do you want the business committee to do?
Mr. Speaker, I am drawing attention to the fact that though it gets advertised, but we never get to take it. The minister, the leader of government business, drives public business in this house. He drives public business in this house. I am not the one who drives public business. I'm therefore bringing that to his attention, that each week it is programmed, we are unable to take it. Today is Friday. Is it going to be business as usual? Because, Mr. Speaker, time is of the essence. We are talking about the livelihood of over 10,000 Ghanaian youths who have been taken away, who have been sent home. They've lost their employment. They've lost their livelihood. And, Mr. Speaker, we as the people's representatives must be seen to be active. If a motion
my
is on
questions
this
still remain
order
unanswered.
for
What exactly
months.
do you want the
Mr. Speaker,
business committee,
I want the leader of government
committee to
the
do?
leader of government business who heads the business committee to facilitate the taking of this motion so that Mr. Speaker can make a determination on it.
So,
because we must have a finality.
What aspect of it do you want to be captured by the business
Mr. Speaker,
statement
the
that has
aspect
not
that
been
it
captured?
always appear in the order paper and nothing is done. Each week it is programmed. It's part of motions programmed for ensuing week and nothing happens. And it's been so since June 13th. It's been so since June 13th. And we keep raising this matter. If I don't raise it, I will be told that I slept on my right. I will be told that I came to equity as an indolent stakeholder. I want to come to equity with my eyes open. So I don't want to be quiet. We raise it when we get into conclave. We raise it when we get on the floor and nothing happens. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm doing so in good faith. And if the leader of government business is minded, we may take it today, or if it would not be able to get us done, take it today, then when we come next week, Tuesday, we should be able to take it. Mr. Speaker, on that score, I would want to rest my case because I had mentioned already. Which one? But you can take it. Mama Pat, you can. Mr. Speaker, if you permit, my deputy just brought this market fire, the Kantamanto, and Kumasi Techiman. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, I earlier ruled on that.
Okay.
So once you are done.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
on this market matter.
Very well.
On this matter?
Yes.
Very well. My deputy leader brought it up, so I felt I should.
Earlier ruled
I don't
on
know,
that
Mr.
matter.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most respectfully, you said you had ruled on it, and I said the deputy leader just came, so maybe he didn't know. So that's okay. We don't need to.
Very well.
Yes, you just
Very
said
well.
you've ruled. That's okay.
Yes, Honourable Majority. You want to make comment on the business statement? Yes, so then, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Business Committee for a very elaborate statement that they have presented to us this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, before I raise this issue here, I want to make reference to a comment, a categorical statement that was made by Honorable Arnold Ampre, in which statement he said that as a result of the fight against Galamsey, excavators come and they vanish. This is a very serious statement he's made, and this is the House of Records. If my respected
Honourable
leader can give us evidence
Honourable
of where
Deputy
excavators
Minister for Education, Honourable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, I always maintain that what we are doing during the time of business statement is not proper and is not within the rules. Honourable members, at the time of business statement, we don't debate. The business committee is supposed to have a meeting to outline programs. Now, if the business statement is delivered, you can make comments and suggestions that will be taken on board. And those suggestions and comments should be limited to programs that ought to have been on the business statement that didn't appear on the business statement. But as usual, we reduce the time of the business statement to making statements that ought to have been even been dealt with by committees. If what we are doing during business statement should be done during business statement, what are our committees going to do? Some of the issues being raised here for consideration by the majority leader are issues that ought to have been investigated, first of all, by the appropriate committees. That's the reason for which we have committees to deal with some of the issues and report to the House. We have committees. The rules are clear as to what the committees are supposed to do. If there's an issue to be handled by Committee on Interior, please, let's give them the opportunity to do that. Now, during the time of business statement, you are coming to respond to a comment that another person has made. Should that be allowed during a period of business statement? When issues are raised within the rules, the leader and then the chairman for the business committee will be called upon to address those issues. No member can get up to say that somebody has raised an issue, I want to respond to that particular issue. It doesn't happen when we are considering business statement. And let me also state that the rules are clear as to how you can raise a matter of urgent public importance. Make use of the rules. But during the time of the business statement, you cannot say you want to raise matter of urgent public importance. You can do that for the time allotted for statements. That is what the rules is. So, honourable members, I'll urge all of us that we should comply with the rules. Let's all operate within the rules. Other than that, every day, business statement will be reduced to a debate. I would therefore call on the majority leader to respond to issues that ought to have been responded to. So, Honorable Sule, with all due respect, if it is response to it, the chairman of the business committee will do the response. Yes. Yes, okay, make that one statement and sit down.
Yes, so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this correction. And just to say that what you have said is the right thing. And to also suggest that when it comes to time for business statements, we don't make statements that will provoke debate. Once you make a statement that provokes debate, then of course you get a response. And so I respectfully agree with you.
So we should
and
not
so that
take
should be the standards.
a cue.
Don't make provocative and debatable issues, because if you do that, we will respond equally. Thank you.
Yes. Chairman of the Business Committee.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think what the Honourable Member for Bole said is indeed the case. And what you also said has become, unfortunately, a practice of this House, that we have reduced business statement time and the comments that honourable members may make into a point or a time when we raise so many debatable issues. One, the Honourable Anodom Press spoke about the Minister for Lands. You know the rules. You know how to get the minister here. You haven't asked an urgent question of the minister. You haven't brought a motion to this House for consideration. You've done absolutely nothing in the past 3 weeks, apart from getting up every Friday and saying minister should be scheduled. Scheduled to come and do what? Scheduled to come and do what? We haven't asked him a question, so how can he be scheduled? We haven't asked him a question. We haven't told him there's an urgent question that he should come to this House and respond to. So just getting up and saying the minister should be scheduled to come and speak to Galamsey. I mean, if he wants to come and speak to Galamsey, he can come to speak to Galamsey. But if he prefers to be in the field dealing with Galamsey, I would recommend that he remains in the field dealing with Galamsey. And if we invite him on an urgent matter, he would come. When we invited him to come and answer some questions the last time, even though he was in Brazil, he communicated and indicated dates when he would come. But when you get up every Friday and create an impression that a minister doesn't want to come to this House and do his job, when you know how to get the minister to do his job in this House, and you haven't told the world that you have done that, and yet the minister has not responded, you are being unfair to that minister. Ask an urgent question and he will come and answer. If the minister feels a need to come and make a statement on government policy, he will come and make a statement on government policy. If he feels a need to come and report on any matter, he will come and report on any matter. But let's stop this drama of pretending that we are concerned about Galamsey. Galamsey is happening in our various constituencies. What steps have you taken to deal with Galamsey in your own constituency? You are also a leader there. You are a member of parliament there. Each and every one of us, we are leaders and members of parliament, and we represent those constituencies, and we sit there and see the Galamsey happening. What have we done ourselves in our various constituencies before even asking the minister who is sitting in Accra to come and answer for Galamsey activities in our constituency right under our noses? Well, you talked about the Kumasi road, that if you drive on the Kumasi road from Accra to Kumasi, how many of you are MPs for the road from Accra to Kumasi? What have you done in your constituencies to deal with it? That you think that it is the Minister for Lands who must come and deal with the problem. You are sitting there, the people who are digging are your constituents, the police that are there are your police, the assembly is your assembly, and then the Municipal and District Security Council is your Municipal and District Security Council. You are a member of the assembly. Have you reported, the chiefs are your chiefs, have you reported what you have tried to do in your constituencies as members of parliament to deal with Galamsey? I haven't received any report from any of you regarding what you have done in your constituency to fight Galamsey. But come and stand in this house and pretend that you are concerned about Galamsey. They say charity begins at home. show that you are concerned about Galamsey by your action in your constituencies. Mr. Speaker, yes, the Ghana Health Service has reported cases of Mpox, and I do agree that we should engage in public awareness creation and etc. But it doesn't have to be the minister. Indeed, the fact that you have become aware is because the Ghana Health Service is doing its work of notifying the public. But the main thing about Mpox is that it is transmitted through personal contact. So, Minority Leader, avoid unnecessary personal contacts. If you avoid unnecessary... So if you avoid unnecessary personal contacts, so unnecessary personal contacts.
Minority Chief Whip, I've given him the opportunity to respond. So if after the response and you have something to say, I can give you the floor. Please, if you draw my attention to it, I can ask that it be expunged. I'm saying that if my attention is drawn to it, I can ask that be expunged from the record. So I'll give you the time.
Yeah, can I speak now? Speaker, Majority Leader.
Allow the response. Speaker, I will listen to you and do the needful within the rules.
In this Parliament, are we saying that if one is on his feet and speaking, we cannot come under any of our orders to bring your attention to a matter that has come on? No, it cannot be. 1, 2, 3. Order 1, 2, 3. Content of speech. Speaker, the Majority Leader just said that we are pretending. We are pretending to be. We pretend to care about. We pretend. What? No point of order. No, this fact got no point of order. The right point of order.
Honourable members, why are we doing this to ourselves?
Because we are not doing anything. In this house, we are guided by your good self. The leader we respect is speaking. He has used a word that is offensive. I have a right to rise up and bring it to your attention.
That is why I'm saying that resume your seat. I will give you the floor to make your point.
I will respect you. I will resume my seat. I will.
I said it, and I am going to repeat it. That we should stop pretending that we are concerned about Galamsey. We should demonstrate in our individual constituencies as members of Parliament that indeed we are concerned about Galamsey. I am saying it and I'm repeating it because I have so far not received a single report by a member of Parliament that they have taken any steps in their own constituencies to deal with the problem of Galamsey. Nobody is mining in my constituency. No one is mining in my constituency. That is sun winning. That's sun winning. There's no illegal mining operations that I know of in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, so like I said, Mpox, avoid unnecessary personal contacts and you'll be able to deal with the problem. Zipline. As for zipline, even in my debate yesterday, I indicated clearly that I am against the zipline contract. I am against the zipline contract. You cannot spend 170 million Ghana cedis that you are sending blood to health facilities using drones. The Ministry of Health should have bought their own drones by now. You can't continue spending that kind of money that you are paying a service provider. It's a total waste of money. The Ministry of Health should have bought their own drones. After all these years, the zipline contract, I recall, was signed somewhere in 2021. Can you imagine every year if we are spending 170 million Ghana cedis? 170 million Ghana cedis, so that they will go and drop blood in some village, and then come back. Meanwhile, there's road network leading to almost every town, every community in this country. There are only few locations that you will say the roads are not accessible. That money could have tied the roads to all those locations that we are concerned about. And Ghana Health Service could have bought their own drones and done their own deliveries anytime they need to do a delivery. How much is a drone? How much is it? Some drones are as cheap as $4,000, $5,000. The most expensive drones don't even go beyond $10,000, $20,000. By now, we would have had drones for every district in this country, managed by Ghana Health Service. Let's go and do a total calculation of how much money we have wasted on this zipline contract. I call for a cancellation of the contract. The contract should be cancelled. Ghana Health Service should develop their own in-house capacity to deliver the blood through their own drones. And we would cut costs enormously. So please, that is my personal view of the matter. Mr. Speaker, stadium accident. Of course, those who died in the stampede, I'm very confident that the Ghana Armed Forces will extend their support for the organization of the funerals. And I believe also that some arrangements will be made for the families. I don't have the details, but I believe it is something that they will do, something that we always do as Ghanaians. The issue about cocoa, yeah, I do agree with you that the EU has raised issues regarding traceability. And I know from the work that I do with Ghana Cocoa Board that Ghana Cocoa Board is indeed doing quite some work to ensure that we are able to trace the cocoa beans, where they are coming from, to meet the EU requirements. So that is work that Ghana Cocoa Board is engaged in. And I think that Cocoa Board is now under Ministry of Finance and not Ministry of Agriculture. So if somebody has to come and answer, to be the Minister for Finance. You haven't asked an urgent question. You haven't asked a question. Ask questions. The Speaker just told you. The rules show you what to do to get the Minister here compulsorily to come and answer a question. If you ask the question, and at your level as a leader, an urgent question, the ministers will come. But program ministers will come. Program ministers, which standing orders, which provision of our standing order says that I, as leader, can program ministers to come and answer questions? Show me the specific standing orders. No, show me the specific standing orders that say that I as leader of government business, I should be programming ministers. If I ask a minister to come, the minister can say, under what orders are you asking me to come? So let's act according to our own standing orders. Ask urgent questions. Ask oral questions. And the ministers will come. Move motions. If you move motions in this house, if you move motions, no, nobody hides a motion. Nobody hides your motions. Are you not accusing Speaker of hiding motions? Are you accusing Speaker? Because motions don't come to me as a leader. So motions don't come to me as leader. Motions go to the Speaker, and Speaker admits the motions, and then it is programmed, and then it is taken. Markets, the same way. Ask questions about the markets, and the ministers will come and answer the questions. And why do we have very few questions scheduled for next week? Because we already have a lot of questions on the order paper, which we are rolling over to next week. I think we have about 20 questions already. We have about 20 questions already advertised. So if you add the 20 to the 27, you already have, close to 22 questions have been advertised. So if you add the 22 to the 27, you're going to have 49 questions for next week, which I think should be adequate in terms of the programming of questions. And let me also indicate, as expressed by the honorable member for Bole, that nobody has reported missing excavators. Nobody has reported missing excavators. If there's a report of missing excavators, you can ask the minister and then he will come and answer. But nobody has reported any missing excavators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the majority leader, I will urge him to exercise patience. He is the leader of the House. He should exercise patience. You see, he was not listening. So 2 vital observations, he left them out. One, I had said that the cluster system, committee cluster system, I was suggesting to you, which will help the report of the estimate to be generated on time. He did not even...
So if you make a suggestion to the leader of government business and chairman of the committee, is it an offense that he didn't comment on the suggestion that you have made?
Speaker, I'm not saying it's an offense. I'm saying it's a vital, the committee cluster. No, but you are the leader of government business. Secondly, he also omitted a suggestion that we should sit at 2, so that the committees will sit in the morning. Very important matter, because he was angry and emotional. He lost out. That's fine.
Honorable Minority Leader, on that one, you know clearly that it is not the House that is going to take that decision. So I recalled, and the Hansard will bear me out, that leadership should engage. Leadership should engage. And instead of the leadership engaging, at the time for business statement, you haven't engaged and then come to a conclusion that this is what you are going to do. You are a leader.
Well,
do you recall me directing that leadership should engage?
I'm not in disagreement. So now let me go to a substantive matter that I am not impressed how the leader has tackled this matter. We are talking about Galamsey, and the leader is saying that when the minister feels like coming to the House, and we should...
Honorable, I rule that during the time of business statement, we shouldn't reduce it into a debate. That was the more reason for which, when the Deputy Minister for Lands wants to respond to you, I quickly stopped him. So why are you going into that area again?
Speaker, let me explain myself properly. And let me quote what you yourself... Thankfully, you were presiding last week. And when I raised the matter, the leader has said that the minister will be in the House as many times as possible. And Speaker, you said, yes, you corroborated the leader's statement. Then I came back and asked, what position are we adopting? Is the minister coming or not? Now you are saying I should go and file a question, knowing that we have difficulty. Now we are going to consider budget estimate. And you are the same person who will come and tell me that the minister is meeting the committee for budget estimate. You are simply shielding the minister.
So the minister is asking.
No, I'm putting it to the majority.
Under the rules,
the lands minister.
Under the rules, point to the minister. The rules that he's going to use to ask to the leader. Speaker, that's why I indicated that there are tools available for us.
Speaker, let's not. I will not do this with you. You are my good friend.
Honorable member, if you ask an urgent question,
I don't like it.
If you ask an urgent question, no matter the circumstances, the minister must come here and answer.
Speaker, but the business statement is presented to this House for adoption.
Yes.
And the business statement, Speaker, our order says it is the committee that is making proposal to plenary.
Yes.
And plenary can make input into the business statement.
Yes.
And Speaker, I had earlier given heads up that this matter is important.
Yes.
And he has indicated, even at the business committee, I raised the matter again.
Yes.
So what more can I do?
Today at the plenary, the minister is telling you
the chairman is telling you that if you need a minister urgently to come and respond to a question, use the rules.
Speaker, with the greatest respect, I haven't gone beyond the rules. I am using the rules. I'm well within the rules because that is why we are doing this engagement. And Speaker, you are very experienced. You know why the importance of the business statement and why we need to make input. But fair,
So
I'm not going to
let's just analyze the statement that we have made. That when you ask a question, we will say we are entering a period such that it will be difficult considering questions for a minister to come and respond to. And we think, given the same exigency, it will be okay for just the business committee to program the minister to come here.
So, with respect, I believe on the matter of Galamsey that concerns about our water bodies, our lands, our very livelihood, is an urgent matter. But I am well guided and I'm advised. But the minister saying that when the minister feels like, he used the word when he feels like, we are the representatives of the people. Don't we have oversight rule? But it's fine. Now I get it clear.
You see, if you look at our standing order 91, the minister on his own volition, that's what the rules say, can come and make statement. Let me just read the order. Statement by the speaker and minister. The speaker may make a statement on any matter of interest to the House. A minister of state may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall be limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House and not to contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. So it means that the minister on his volition can come to this particular House and make a statement. The minister can also be compelled. So the use of the word willingly is within the rules.
Speaker, it's okay. It's okay. We should draw the curtains on this matter. I am guided. But the conclusion is not for me to draw. Leader, the conclusion is for the people of this country to draw that conclusion. The leader is saying that when the minister feels like coming to Parliament, he will come. We are all watching.
What we do during business statement.
The people of this country are watching.
I mean, the general public is aware that any time it is for business statement, then we said we are going to do Friday politics. Friday politics is not known to our rules.
Speaker, for heaven's sake, I'm not doing any Friday politics. For the records, I am not aware of any Friday politics.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, I'm on the floor. You are asking me to sit down?
I have not given you the floor. You just stood up to put on the microphone.
You just said that we are doing Friday politics. Nobody's doing Friday politics.
I didn't mention your name.
No, but Speaker, you made that opening statement. Friday politics. I am representing my people in Saoma Dredri. I'm not doing Friday politics.
You are doing Friday politics. I'm saying it that you are doing Friday politics because you know the rules very clearly. The rules show how you get ministers to this house. You ask questions, urgent or oral questions, and ministers come and respond to the questions. For 5 weeks now, you've been talking about Galamsey, but you have not asked a single question on Galamsey. And that's why I keep saying that don't pretend you are interested in Galamsey matters. And then on Fridays, you use the airtime and the media, and then you discuss Galamsey as if you are concerned about it. When the rules are clear, if you are concerned, how to manifest that concern. And the mechanism for manifesting the concern is asking specific questions to the minister. You haven't asked the minister any specific question, and yet you will get up and on your feet, you will run down a minister. That's what you've done today. You run down a minister, indicating that, and if the minister comes, he should show us what is the turbidity water levels of River Pra. Is it the Minister for Lands who should be telling you the turbidity water levels of... it is the Minister for Water Resources, Housing. It is not the Minister for Lands. The person who tests the turbidity levels of the water is the minister responsible for Ghana Water Company. So please, that is the scheduled minister who should come and tell you the turbidity levels of water, just to let you know. You see, and you could ask a question. You could ask a simple question, that the minister should come and tell us the turbidity levels of this river, of River Ayensu, of Pra, or whichever river you want. A simple question. And you won't ask that simple question. You will come and stand here and talk and create the impression that you are concerned about something. But when it comes to the mechanism for manifesting the concern, which is available to you, you don't use it. Why wouldn't I say you are just pretending? That's why I said, look, let's not pretend that we are concerned about Galamsey. If we are really concerned about Galamsey, ask specific questions about Galamsey, and the minister will come and answer, because he is obliged to come and answer. Don't say that I should schedule him to come and brief you on Galamsey. You should leave the work that he's doing, fighting Galamsey in the forest, and come and be briefing you every day. How can that happen? Mr. Speaker, the issue of clusters that he mentioned is not a matter within my domain. These are reforms of how Parliament is organized, the parliamentary service is organized, initiated by the clerk at the clerk's office. I think that the cluster system should not delay a committee's report. The cluster system simply is that you can bring 5 committees and put them under one senior clerk, but each of the committees will maintain the committee's clerk. I think that's how the cluster system works. So the committee has its clerk, and all of them answer to one supervisor. So the fact that somebody has been appointed a supervisor of a set of clerks so that he oversees those clerks does not justify delays in presenting the reports of those committees. So the reports may just be as a result of the committee clerks not doing their work. And so let's urge the committee clerks to do their work and not blame the cluster system. But if the heads of clusters are insisting on reviewing the reports before signing them off, and yet they are not making the time to review the reports before signing them off, and that is causing delays in the reports being signed off, I urge the Clerk of Parliament to ensure that no cluster head holds committee reports unreasonably. We have attached the schedule for the consideration of committee reports, and we are going to go according to those reports strictly. And if any committee's report is delayed or not made available, and we decide that we want to take action, we will demand that you, as clerk, you take disciplinary action against the clerk of that committee. And lastly, also on our new arrangement to have public hearings of the estimates, the sector estimates, let me dispel the fears that I hear being expressed. I think it is to take some input from interest groups. So far, when the Finance Ministry is preparing the budget, they have what they call the pre-budget hearings. Now, we as Parliament are not privy to the pre-budget hearings. Ministers who are members of Parliament may be privy to the pre-budget hearings, but we as members of Parliament are not. Our committee chairpersons are not. Now, when the budgets come to us already formed by the Ministry of Finance, based on negotiations that have been held with the various sector ministers, we as a Parliament want to take feedback from civil society and interest groups regarding what their take is on the proposals for the different sectors. It doesn't mean that the sectoral allocations will change, but the views of civil society and interest groups should be taken on board when we as members of Parliament are analyzing the estimates and the policy proposals from the various sectors, so that the public will feel that they participated in the work that we are doing. And when we have our reports the reports will capture some sentiments and pieces of advice that is coming from interest groups and stakeholders. And our debate will also make recommendations. Our conclusions can make recommendations to the finance minister or even the sector ministers that in future take on board these concerns coming from civil society, stakeholders, and interest groups when you are developing the next set of policies that you will bring to this House for approval. It only enhances governance. It brings governance closer to the people, and it enables people involved in the governance of the country. Indeed, when you take the Afrobarometer reports year after year, when it comes to Parliament, one of the long-standing complaints is that we don't engage with the citizenry. These are platforms for engaging with the citizenry. Yes, we sit here, we write on our feet, we debate, it is live on television, they watch and they see what we do. But then, how do they make input? We either go to our constituencies and solicit their views and come back here and then make inputs during debate, taking on board those views, or as committee, we invite them as witnesses before the committee and solicit their views on the matters that we are about to deliberate on, and then take on board their views when we are doing the deliberation. And when we report, let them see, as they sit and watch us, that their views have been reflected in the reports of the committees, and in the debates, we have addressed their concerns. That is how citizens will feel that they are being consulted and they are being involved in governance. And they shouldn't wait until election time before they will make their opinion known as to whether or not you are governing well or not governing well. What we are doing now, that is how come we get shocked in elections, because you see a large number for NDC, then an election comes and there's a massive swing in favor of MPP. The same way you see a large support base for MPP, then election comes, then suddenly there's a huge support going to NDC, because during the period of governance, you are not listening to them. And so you are not taking on board their concerns. And so the only time that they have to express their concern is at the ballot box. But if every day you take on board their concerns and they are involved and they are satisfied, you will see that governance will be enhanced. If you pass a tax, they will pay. If you say don't go there, they will stay away from that. If you say you must comply with this regulation, they will comply because they participated, they engage with you, and there's consensus between you and the citizenry as to exactly how this country should be governed. So I urge chairpersons and ranking members of the committees and the clerk of Parliament and the clerks of the various committees to use this facility. We have invested in the facility, and committee proceedings can be carried live. So as deliberations in this chamber, no matter how rancorous, is carried live, I don't see why we should be concerned or afraid of committee proceedings also being carried live, because nothing is secret. The budget document is already a public document. The figures there is already a public document, a record. Anybody can go and buy it and see the figures. Anybody who wants to analyze it can analyze it. So to say that they should come and comment on the figures and it should be on air, on television, I don't see why anybody should be scared or should be concerned about this. This is, if we're not concerned about what is coming out at Public Accounts Committee, I can't imagine why we'll be concerned about what will come out when Education Committee meets to consider the allocation to Ghana Education Service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, out of patriotism, I had tried to assist the majority front bench. Last year, towards the passage of the appropriation, we experienced things that the majority leader doesn't know, but it's fine. If it is the case that he wants to stand by the position that the cluster system must stay, hallelujah, it should stay. Now, it's just a free bono
pro bono counsel. If it should stay, fine. My last one had to do with the formally for DACF, get fund.
Honorable minority, this thing. You see, I don't like a situation where a wrong impression will be created. The cluster system is not put in place by the business committee. So how is the business committee going to deal with the cluster system?
Speaker, for heaven's sake, let's get practical here. The business committee worked closely with the table office, and the table office worked closely with the clerk of parliament. This system was put together by the clerk, and they work closely with the business committee. The two are inseparable. I'm not going to comment further on this matter. I will just leave it as it is. Let's work with the cluster system. I was going to speak to the appendix attached, the motions that we are scheduled to take. I see we want to help to get things done. If you want to rubbish us and say that it's not important, that's fine. We can all sit down. We can sit down. Yes, but the way the reactions come in sometimes makes us feel we are not supporting. We want to support to get the appropriation passed. The first motion, we are scheduling National Media Commission. I know it is based on availability of the estimate. I'm saying, oftentimes, the DACF, NHIA, and GET Fund, we tend to rush it, and then it gets done the last hour. My checks reveal that they are ready. So I'm humbly suggesting that we could program them for next week, either Thursday or Friday, for either of them. Because I know DACF, their formula is ready. Then we can take it. There are a lot of issues that concerns colleagues. And then we can take it at the committee of the whole. Well, you can get up and speak. Then we can deal with it. These are my views. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, business statement as presented is hereby adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Why are you revealing your height? Why are you revealing your height?
It's a short one.
Zacchaeus is taller than you.
No, I didn't see you on your feet.
Mr. Speaker, I think we agree that after business statement, we will take an adjournment because of the funeral we attended. Members had to come very early. No, he's talking about something else.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Okay.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I notified my respected colleague on this matter. Mr. Speaker, it has to do with us as members of parliament. Mr. Speaker yesterday made a ruling on the matter and brought clarity. But Mr. Speaker, the problem is that just this afternoon, the Honorable Matthew Yindam came to me in my office and expressed a grave concern. Her concern has to do with the judgment of the Tamale High Court, where the judge said on Friday he would get the judgment after making a ruling against him on Monday. Mr. Speaker, as at the 2 o'clock that I walked with him from our office to this chamber, his lawyer was still at the court, and I am quoting the lawyer that the registrar says the judgment is not ready and my Lord is in Accra. Mr. Speaker, in view of how this matter affects his right as a member of parliament, I am only bringing it up into the public space one more time and before you, because my brother Defemeko raised it for our deliberation and speaker pronounced on it. Mr. Speaker, my understanding was to the effect that the judgment will be ready for him to explore the necessary appellate processes. But my Lord, Mr. Speaker, if a court of justice with a judge sitting as a judge of equity and of law makes a determination of a matter that has far-reaching consequences, knowing that indeed this pronouncement has an effect, and how the member who is affected can exercise right, the means to exercise right is not available. And as we speak, the registry of the court has closed. The registrar says judgment is not ready. The judge is going to Accra. He left Tamale at 10 a.m. Mr. Speaker, these are constitutional implications. And I feel that as a leader of my caucus, a member of my caucus, haven't come to me with such grave concerns, especially so when the ruling, if we are counting the statutory 7 days automatic stay, what it means is that the 7 days start from the Monday. Meanwhile, the judgment upon which the order emanates is not even ready. Mr. Speaker, the rule is that you can't place something on nothing, it will fall. A ruling or an order is extracted from a judgment. You and I have been in the courtroom for many years. A judgment is read, and in that judgment, you even then, before you execute the order, there's an extract out of the judgment. And it's that extract that we call in legal terms a court order. Now, how can the extract, the court order, be ready, telling the whole world that you are no more an MP or directing an organ of state that go and conduct elections? But the substance that parties can look at and say, let me exercise my right, that one is not ready. The judge in open court tells the whole world that it will be ready on Friday. Why is it doing this? Parties go there, the affected member of parliament is in the court, he sits there, they say the judge has come to Accra. Up to this time, no judgment is ready. Mr. Speaker, I believe that our judiciary should help us the more and help the situation and bring certainty and clarity so that, colleagues, it can be you tomorrow. I am not, no.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the minority leader for now.
The Honorable Minority Leader, temporarily resume your seat.
Very well.
I know you are minority, sorry, minority leader.
Very well, my lord.
Yes.
Very well, my lord.
Yes. Minority Leader, with all due respect to everybody, I believe the ruling of Mr. Speaker should bring a closure to this issue. Honourable members, honestly speaking, matters within the ambit of the judiciary must be dealt with by the judiciary. You rightly stated the other time that Parliament cannot be constituted into a court to give an interpretation. So, Honorable Majority Leader, whether or not a judge failed to deliver a judgment, whether the judgment is available or is not available, what has that exactly got to do with the lawmaker, which is the legislature? So, Honorable Minority Leader, let's stand by the ruling delivered by Mr. Speaker and bring a closure to this particular issue. When a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, I think the authorities are clear, and it is tried learning that it is that procedure alone that will have to be followed in exercising your rights. So please, with all due respect, let's bring a closure. So on this note, if it is a comment on what he is saying and I'm stopping him, then I'll plead with you that I do not want our Hansard. Honorable Roxanne Dapamako, in the name of the Almighty God, I'm pleading with you that we should bring a closure. Let's bring a closure. We cannot use parliamentary forum to be doing what we are doing. It is not the best. It's not the best. More so, we are all members of the legal fraternity. So please.
Mr. Speaker,
please.
What the minority leader is doing to the judge is not fair.
Please.
You filed a notice of appeal at 10:04 a.m. Judgment was delivered 9:56 a.m. By 10:04 a.m., you filed a notice of appeal with 3 grounds. What you are waiting for is the reasoned full judgment. But you have already filed your notice of appeal. You followed it up with an application or notice for stay of execution. It is, please. I listen to you carefully. So keep quiet whilst I respond. Keep quiet whilst I respond. You have filed an application or notice. You have decided to run the judge down.
Honourable members, for now, I'll urge on the two of you to resume your seats.
And it is not proper.
The two of you can resume your seats. Honourable members, as indicated, this is not and cannot be the appropriate forum to do what we are about to do. So on this note, the chapter on that particular issue is perpetually closed. You can go and address the matter with the judiciary, but not in Parliament. So, Honourable Majority Leader, yes.
I think we agree that we'll take an adjournment.
Very well. Then let a motion be moved. Oh, sorry. Before you move the motion, let me acknowledge the presence of students from Harion International School, led by Emmanuel Apo Ofori, teacher, and they are from Infansimai. They numbered 136. My revered students, you are welcome to Parliament of Ghana. May you have a fruitful stay in Parliament. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adjourns until Tuesday at noon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, with respect, I have no hesitation at all in seconding the motion ably moved by the leader of government business. However, Mr. Speaker, I pray that we consider just one item, motion number 29, at page 11 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, the reason why this motion has to be considered as quickly as possible because, Mr. Speaker, it has to do with the growing unemployment situation in our country.
So are you moving a counter motion?
Mr. Speaker.
Are you moving a counter motion?
No, Mr. Speaker, no. I'm saying that this motion has to deal with the many youth who have been dismissed through the Chief of Staff's letter. And I support the adjournment, save that since this motion has long been appearing in the order paper, and many of our youth who are breadwinners.
Honorable Minority Leader, are you seconding the motion?
Mr. Speaker may hear me. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that the leader wants us to
Honorable Minority Leader, there is a motion on the floor that we are dealing with. There is a motion on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the motion.
Yes.
And I'm setting my ground for opposition.
Very well.
I'm setting my ground for opposition.
Very well.
It's for good reasons that you and I read law. You, the Fiamakwe, and I read law. And Mr. Speaker himself is a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, I'm opposed to this motion. Yes, very senior. Mr. Speaker, when he was practicing, we were in school. And he knows how much I respect him. Not many have spent their time in the courtroom. Just a few of us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the application by the respected leader of government business. My opposition to his motion is grounded on one matter. The matter contained at page 11, item number 29, private members' motion. Mr. Speaker, this motion has been advertised for today. We haven't exhausted today's order paper. Today's order paper contains various items, including motion 29, which reads, quote, that pursuant to order 127 of the standing orders, the Right Honorable Speaker reviews the ruling of the First Deputy Speaker on March 5th, 2025, sustaining the preliminary objection raised by Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Mahama Yarga, against moving the private member's motion listed as item 16 on page 6 of order paper for Wednesday, 5th March, and same captured in the official report of the House for the said date. Mr. Speaker, the motion has to do with the Chief of Staff's directive ordering various state institutions to terminate
Honorable
the appointment
Minority Leader,
of
you
many
have
who
been
were
a majority. You have been a majority leader, and you agree with me that mostly we don't exhaust all items on the order paper before we take adjournment.
Mr. Speaker,
you can prove
Mr.
me.
Speaker, that you are right.
You can prove me
Mr. Speaker,
wrong.
I'm saying that you are right.
Let me finish.
Okay,
Two,
very well.
in a business committee, when leaders come to business committee and agree on a business that are supposed to be taken, and at what point we should adjourn, and reasons are canvassed, I don't expect any of the leaders to act to the contrary.
Mr. Speaker, don't belabor. If it is your case, if it is a case that there was some prior arrangement, Mr. Speaker, I was attending to some other duties. And in fact, I did not discuss what happened at Conclave with my colleague. I would concede if indeed the understanding was that this motion that has to do with the dismissal of Ghanaian youth from the employ of state institutions will not be taken today. Mr. Speaker, if that was understanding, I don't have a problem. I withdraw my initial request to plead with the majority leader, because I thought this is a national matter that many people who have been sent home and they are suffering.
Honorable Minority Leader, you are completely out of order.
Sure, that's why I'm withdrawing, so that I can second the motion for the adjournment. So I'm doing that. I'm seconding, if that is the concern.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader boasted about his many years of courtroom practice. And I am surprised because Order 105 deals with motions. And anybody with significant courtroom practice will see that when a motion is moved, it has to be seconded. If you are not seconding it, you cannot be moving your own motion. You cannot. What you were doing was moving your own motion. When the motion that has been moved has not been seconded, if you knew you were not going to second it, you should have allowed somebody else to second. Then you rise up and oppose. That is proper courtroom practice. So please, don't be doing these things. It is your chief whip who came to us at conclave and suggested that after business statement, we should adjourn. Speaker was there. And I agreed with him that after business statement, we will adjourn because of the funeral. So you are getting up to try to embarrass me that I have moved the motion for adjournment and you are against the motion for adjournment. I'm ready to do business. I'm ready. Ministers came here wanting to answer their questions. You remember? They came here wanting to answer because we said, no, we won't take the question because we've agreed that we are going to adjourn. So that members came very early to attend the funeral because the funeral started very early. So, Mr. Speaker, let's stop doing these things. Mr. Speaker, I think the motion has been seconded by him, so you may give your... No, he seconded it. He seconded it.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Honorable Majority Leader just drew my attention to best practices. Mr. Speaker, I've always been arguing against this rule of convenience of his. I have him on record where he moved a motion to vary selection committee report on this house without it being seconded. Where was the rules? And a member raised it that motion has not been seconded, and his side carried it. And when it was asked, they said, Parliament, we are masters of our own rules. So when you were moving a motion to vary a report of a committee to remove somebody from a delegation and it was not seconded, was it a proper motion? Please, let's not go there. The situation where some people take it that they are in control of this house. When they do something, then they say it is right. Then when matters are being raised, then they turn around and say it has to be seconded, and they want to school you on the rules book. Mr. Speaker, I read the rules all the time. I would show him the Hansard.
Honorable members.
I will show him the Hansard.
Honorable members.
Why don't you debate me on this?
Honorable members.
I will show you your own Hansard.
When we come here to speak, we speak to the whole world. Honorable members, the practice is that when a motion is moved, that motion is supposed to be seconded, and after the motion is seconded, it is for the consideration of the House. So during the period that the motion is being considered, then in that case, there can be opposition, there can be a counter motion. Honorable members, preliminary objection is also different from so, honorable members, the motion is moved and seconded for adjournment. It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I will put a question. As many as are in favor of the adjournment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, 2nd December 2025 at 12 o'clock in the forenoon. At 12 o'clock afternoon. Yes, at 12 noon.